巡り巡る星の輪に僕の未来願いすべて託す夢の途切れ間に揺らいだ朝焼け冷えたわけじゃない輝き見据えて熱を持つ体抱えて走れば昨日までのよどんだ目にさよなら立ち向かう勇気などなくても迎え撃つ覚悟を僕がなんだってなってそれでいいじゃないか僕らは巡り巡る星の輪に僕の未来願いすべて託す
Whoa, we're at the beach again? What the heck is all that about? Welcome in, everyone! Hello! Hi. Wait, I think my chat might be a little broken because for some reason, yeah, for some reason when I send a message, it like doesn't show the recent message that was sent. It only shows me the second to recent. Like, so for example, I see when I just typed test, I can't see whatever was typed after that. So I'm like, damn it. No, hold on, I also gotta fix. But we got some stuff I'm working on this morning real quick. Real quick. Wait, let me see if I can fix the music real quick. By turning that on. That's right. Every time I talk, you get quiet. That's right. But welcome in. I cannot see anyone's messages right now. Oh no. Oh. Actually, so the thing we're working on this morning is to fix my model. So, sorry that those points got wasted, but here, I'll keep this model on up until I'm able to fix the other model. So, I'll show you guys what I'm working on this morning. Let's see. Let's take a sneaky peeky over in... how do I show you guys what I'm working on this morning? Let's change. Nope. Let's go back to that. I guess I'll change. Oh, yeah, I'll just change this. Heck yeah. Okay. You should be able to see it if I hit this button? No. This one? Can you guys see that? Oh, wait. Can you guys see this? Yes, you can. This is what we're working on this morning. I'm fixing my mouth. Voice well wasted. Hi, Man Bear. Hi, Bistro. I can't see anyone else that's in the chat because for some reason my chat's broken. Hi, Vika. I saw like a message, but I literally cannot see the last message that's posted in chat. It doesn't show me. I don't know why. Maybe if I refresh my OBS real quick. My OBS chat. Hi, Isaac. Test. Okay, wait. Test. Okay, it's working. It's working now. Yeah, basically, it wasn't showing me the last message sent. It was only showing me the second to last message sent. I was like, what the heck? But yeah, we're finally gonna fix this mouth because holy crap, that was getting on my nerves so bad and I just didn't have the time to fix it, so we're doing it right now as we speak. Holy moly, I needed to do this. Let's get it done. Let's get it done. Spelly does streams? What the heck? What? No, I would never. Isaac, how could you think that? Yeah, the refreshing helped. I don't know why it does that sometimes. I was like, what the heck? Thank you for the drink, Blitz. Oh, Blitzy. Sorry, I was just thinking, sorry. I didn't mean to make you feel awkward. I was thinking about Hell of a Boss. Sorry. I'm gonna take a drink right now. My bad. My bad. I came out of left field. Alright, almost done. I'm almost done. Let me grab my face. Grab the other face. Copy the blend shapes. Not the first one to call. Okay, good, good. Do you mind? Do you mind if people call you that? Or are you like, nah, you gotta call me Blitz? Have a good lurk. Heck yeah. Alright, I think we have it fixed. You guys ready to see if it worked? Let me export to VRM. This version's gonna be freaking 3.6 because I've exported it so many times at this point. Where do I want to put it? Let's just put it in my Vroid folder. Would make a lot of sense. There we go, save. Now I just gotta put it in Warudo and we should be Gucci. Oh, I'm so excited. I really hope that it works. Left feels better than left behind. Aw. You call me either. Okay, okay, okay. Aw, man. You guys ready? So, if you did not know, actually, I'll show you guys before I fix it or change it. I'll show you guys what I was talking about. So, this was the issue. I know a lot of you already know, but in case you didn't, this was the issue. I love my old model, like my OG outfit, which is right here. It's great. It has the half and half. I finally fixed the skirt. Look at that. No clipping, as it used to have before. But then my freaking mouth broke. What is that? So I'm hoping I fixed it. We're gonna find out. You ready? Moment of truth. If this didn't fix it, then I gotta try something else. But, oh crap, wait, I gotta find the VRM now. Ooh. Okay. And we're gonna copy it because I don't wanna, I feel like I missed something else. I don't have, for some reason, every time I restart OBS, it closes the dock for my,
Spelly one Padoru,
my activity feed. I don't know why it does that.
Spelly one Padoru, Spelly one Padoru,
Let me turn that on.
Spelly one Padoru, 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 Spelly one Padoru.
Oz, thank you so much. Thank you so much for being a VIP at the clubhouse. I really appreciate it. All right, you guys ready? Moment of truth. You see my mouth? Let's see if it fixed. Okay, I'm gonna switch it out. Wait, where'd Warudo go? Here it is. Okay, here we go. Testing my new mouth. Oh, yay! I got it to work. Now, I could explain how I got it to work, and I'm sure you guys could probably tell. In fact, I wonder if I should... Oh, man. This is how I got it to work. I removed everything inside my mouth except for the tongue and the teeth. That's how I got it to work. Now, I wonder if I should bring back the top of my mouth. I wonder out. If you look close, if you don't look that close, then you literally, I don't think you could tell. But damn. What do you guys think? Should I redo it one more time and bring back the top of my mouth, or should I say F it? It's fine the way it is. I mean, it looks fine from this. Oh no, it did, and then it stopped looking fine. Oh, I think let me bring back the top of my mouth. Damn, we're so close. We are so close. I have figured out how to fix it though. It's not like the world's best fix. I'm sure I could do a better fix than this, but it's a fix that works for me because it's what we call cheap. It's a cheap fix. Here, let me open Vroid again. The heck was that? Was that in the song? Padaru, padaru. Here, let me get closer. Now that our mouth is almost fixed. I mean, oh gosh. To be fair, Isaac, I also agree. Oh gosh. Sorry, I started coughing and I was like, I think it was just the bottom of the tongue that was breaking it, I think. But I don't know. You know what? Maybe I won't. Maybe I won't add back the top of my mouth. Honestly, how does it look? How does it look? This is like the normal distance. Does it look okay? But yeah, but you can like you can totally tell. You know what I mean? It looks so odd. I don't know. What do you guys think? Testing, at least you can't see the weird stuff in it. Hi, Okamino. Thank you. Yeah, I'm usually at a side angle like this, so you could definitely tell something is up. Oh gosh. Maybe if you're not really looking at it that hard, you can't really tell. I don't know. I would just hate to bring back the inside of the mouth without bringing back the tongue. And then it's just broken still. And then I'm like, oh, so it really was like all of it. So, it's a temporary fix for right now. I can worry about it later. There's another thing that I have to fix though. So I want to get on that next, which is my announcements. If you guys didn't already know, we finished the VTuber Summer Slam. No more VTuber Summer Slam. But I just want to say a big thank you to everyone again. We hit $1,000, so we have a crap ton of milestones to do. I put them all on Discord, but in case you're not on Discord, you haven't seen it yet, I'll pull it up on stream right now. Let me take a screenshot real quick. I didn't make like a fancy... Oh, you know what? Maybe we can make like a fancy little calendar view of it. But I also really want to fix my my announcements thing. I guess it's not that important. The isometric art event has started. If you have not checked your Discord yet and you signed up for it, please check your Discord now. You will be in a group chat with your group teammates and with Harivia, the event leader, event coordinator. There's the word. Heck yeah! Don't bully me! No! Did you guys like Persona yesterday? Oh, we finished the second palace. I'm so excited. No, wait, Isaac, wait! Before you question where your excess money will go. That's weird. We do have a charity stream next week. That's right, back-to-back charity streams. That's what I get for not doing charity for like a year or so. I feel really bad. So we have another charity stream with more incentives and more things, and more milestones to unlock. There we go. I'm like, English. But before that, I want to put together a nice little calendar view. Yeah, we have another one! And the goal will be, again, 500. The goal will be 500. It's gonna be 500 USD, but our thing is in... This time around, we're doing a charity event for a UK company. So it's all in pounds. So just to give the fair warning, I think the total goal... Here, I can post the Tiltify if you guys want to take a sneaky peeky. I think the goal is 400 pounds, which roughly equates to what is that, like 400? 400 pounds to USD. Yeah, it roughly equates to 500, it's like 505 USD. But I couldn't set it up for USD because the company itself is based in the UK. So I was like, alright, we'll do this then. So if you guys want to take a sneaky peeky of that, I don't have anything in particular written yet for it, but there is the link. I have to make a command for it actually, so let's see. Wait, what's the VSS command? You guys are gonna be like, wow, she's so freaking lazy. Commands, add. Hold on, wait. Look at us getting things ready. Sit, how do you spell? Oh, no. Oh, wait. Here we go. Hold on, wait. Sorry, I'm typing. I'm so bad at typing and talking at the same time. I hope this makes sense. Sketchy. Almost done, almost done. We're getting all ready for next week, bro. All right, I think I did that right. And then if I do this. Okay. Look at us go! Let us go. Okay, sorry. I was like, thank you for the head pats. Thank you for the head pats, sketchy. Hatsumiku reference? She does not talk British. Wait, what? What is that reference? Oh, I missed the Pokemon. Alright. Oh, gosh. Oh, I actually used the wrong link now that I look at it. Dang it. Thank you for the drink. I'll drink right now. I have ideas for the incentives and the milestones. I just don't have them written yet. I don't have them written yet. Thank you for the drink. Guess what I was drinking? Take a wild guess. Hi, Tira. Tira Lifu. Hi. Sorry, I'm already setting up for next week's charity stream. Don't mind me. I'm so bad at typing and Get us to the beef. Thank you, Isaac. How are you? Hi. I'm doing really good. I finally kind of fixed my mouth so that it doesn't have that weird thing on my tongue. I might have to fix it a little bit more because it has some other things with it, but we'll get there when we get there. One step at a time. One step at a time. Yay! I'm excited. I'm excited. I still have to set up a lot of stuff. But let's pull up a calendar of July. Welcome to July 1st, by the way. If you guys didn't know, we are halfway through 2024. We are halfway through 2024. We are halfway through 2024, bro. What? Where are we? Me too! Me too! Oh, gosh! Girl, I can't. How did it come upon us so fast? What the heck? Alright, what are we thinking for the calendar? I mean, I live in the USA. I might as well just do it up. What the freaking... All of the... Bro. Red, white, and blue cupcakes. Oh, wait. Did that say edible? Oh, editable. That's like an edible calendar, bro. Huh? When you're done with it, you eat it. I guess we'll just use a generic one, because all the cool-looking ones are, like, you have to buy them. And I'm not... Yeah. No. No. Oh, wait, I can use this one. Perfect. You go pop! No, don't pop up! No! Swallow! Swallow it. Do not. You wouldn't recommend drinking the Gamer Subs ripoff supplement? Can't remember the actual name of it. That's my guess. You wouldn't be drinking the... Wow, sketchy. Hey, I'll let you know that I'm partnered. I am partnered, and I will not let you disrespect my partnership. Ow. Don't they make edible calendars for Advent? You mean like the Advent calendars? Is that what they're called? The ones that have chocolates in them? Yes. I guess that technically that's an edible calendar. I was straight up thinking, like, after you finish a page, like, June just passed, right? So you rip out the page for June and then you eat the paper. Like that. That kind of edible calendar. And then when it's all done, when you finish, you can literally eat the whole calendar. Like, it's all just edible. The whole thing. Edible. Heck yeah. Alright, I have a calendar. It's extremely small. Can you guys see? Wait, hold on. Let me move a couple things around. I'll just move this like this. Okay. And I'll move this like this. I know you guys can't see what the heck I'm talking about, but trust me on this. I'll move that like that. Move this around here. I'm talking about my OBS. I did a lot of changing. Oh, you know, I'll screenshot it for you guys. Hold on, wait. Let's move over to the art. We're not doing art, right? Actually, we're not even doing art today. We're playing a freaking video game on the art channel. Huh? Let's move over there. Wee! Oh. Wait, no. Get out of here. Oh. I did not fix my, obviously I did not fix my crap. My crap. This button? This button? One of these buttons makes Clip Studio pop up. Alright, Clip Studio. Oh, did I change the name of Clip Studio? No. What happened to Clip Studio? Oh. It like completely, okay, there we go. I completely broke everything. Does Gaiman? I've never even heard of her. Huh? I'm not disrespecting the partnership. Honestly, I tried to reply as soon as possible. Aw. Games and art are the same thing? What you talk about? What? Okay, let me make this a lot bigger. Because right now it's like small. Let's do 1920 by 4,000 for some reason. Okay, so we have a lot of things happening this month, so let's talk about it. Especially if it's Rogue. Yeah, it's Rogue. Hey, let me just say, I actually really like how Rogue is. I've been drinking it lately. I've been drinking the hydration line, so there's no caffeine. Kind of like a Gatorade. It uses electrolytes to give you the energy. And there's no crashing. I think that's the most important thing for me is that there's no crashing. Because when I was doing a lot of energy drinks, don't get me wrong, they give you hella caffeine, so you get hella energy, but I crashed so hard, bro. Wait, where did I write all this down? I wrote it in the announcements. Okay, so today, we're gonna be doing, here, what's the color? Orangey, pinky, orangey, pinky. I'll just do like a orangey. Was the color of like, crap, my brain. Gamers Outreach, there we go. My brain. So everything that I paint orange, why did I do Tuesday? Everything that I paint orange, we're gonna have an event on. Or a milestone. Yeah. Let's see. We have a thing on this day. And then a thing on this day. And then I'll write down what it is. Thing on this, nope. This day. Big thing on this day, but that's a different thing. And big thing on this day. We have a debut on that day. Whoop! There we go. Gartic phone is a thing? It is, but I do not use Gartic phone. Hi, Skull! Welcome in! Electrolytes don't give you energy? Tell me about it. Tell me about it. Tell me more information about electrolytes. Hi, Sick Ripper. Hi, Marine Boy. How you both doing? Let's see. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8. And there's one more, which is a big one. But that one's from my birthday stream. So I'll paint that one purple. This one. Oh. So that should be everything that we're doing. I hope it's a good dinner. Hi, Ace. Thank you for the head pats. Heck yeah. Oh, I'm looking over it. We have actually 2 things on this day, but maybe I should split it up a little bit more. should be fine. And then we're still streaming all the other days. Like, if I take a light color, it's just we're streaming, art. So these are all the days we're streaming. We're only streaming 3 days this week! Ah! Oh, that's right! Oh my gosh, Art Fight started too! Ah! Art Fight is the whole month of July. Which our art, I already mentioned it, but our art event already started too. So again, if you haven't checked the Discord for your DMs, go check them if you signed up. We are streaming this day, but that's not July. It doesn't really matter. I'll just put it in there anyway. Ooh. That's the main purpose of taking an electrolyte drink. What is the main purpose of taking an electrolyte drink? It makes you stay hydrated and sweat. Aw. Heck yeah. Let's see. For the record, if you guys did not know, if you tag someone in the beginning of your message, I completely skip over your messages. I purposely do not read them. I'm gonna mark with blue our charity stream days. Look how beautiful. And these two are also charity stream days, but they're also event days, so I'm putting them half and half. Because this whole week next week is going to be charity streaming. Ah, that's so exciting, Isaac. I was hearing little things, but I wasn't hearing anything specific because it's all a secret from me, so that it's special. Isaac. Oh, I'm so excited for you guys. Heck yeah. Alright, so today, we're doing our streamer simulator. That's what it was. Oh no, that's not legible. Or readable. Help. There we go. Oh gosh, what the heck? I don't know the exact science behind it, but basically water flows towards salt because of osmosis, and you get real sweaty and your arms become very salty. Ew. Sounds like you'd have to shower a lot too. On the 8th, we are doing our Bean Boy. Darn it. There we go. Bean Boy. And we're doing our community night. Our community night game night. That's not all gonna fit on there. Oh, there we go. A little bit smaller. This whole thing is the... I have to literally copy this word because I do not know how to spell it. I still don't know how to pronounce it to this day. There we go. Gamers get naturally hydrated by their salt. Oh no. You did a 10-mile run yesterday. It literally looked like you had a salt table on you because you sweated so much. What is had table salt on you? Wait, it looked like you had table salt on you? Huh? Did your salt, like, crystallize on your body after you ran? Oh, Pokemon. On the 11th, we are doing our Tokyo walking stream. It's literally just salt. What the heck? Huh? I have several questions. comes from all the tears from running. I've never ever done a marathon before. Oh gosh. I don't even know if I want to say maybe one day. Bring Chad on a walk is on the 15th. That means I'm going to take you guys on, speaking of walking, I'm going to bring you guys on a walk with me. I walk every single day. And for the 15th, I will bring you guys with me. On the 25th, we are reading Has Been Hotel Fanfics. Gosh. And on the 29th, we are having our Buff Spelly debut. Oh my goodness. On the 20th, we're having our roleplay stream. This one actually comes from our birthday donathon. We finally have things settled. So now I have the date. So our roleplay stream is that day. I think that's everything labeled. Otherwise, everything else is just us streaming like normal. Except this Thursday is the 4th of July. Let me double check my calendar before I confirm. You drank 3 liters? Oh. You ran out of water? No. Yikes. I can't, like, even when I go hiking, or I'm just out inside in the sun and stuff, I gotta have water. It is, it's rough without water. Go to my calendar. Yay, I caught it! Cystic fibrosis. Like fibrosis. Cystic fibrosis. Heck yeah. You sound so excited for the fanfics. Oh, yeah. Only the last one was the worst? I see. Alright, let me make sure that everything... Oh, wait, I'm missing something. How did I skip over that? Yeah, it's written in the thing. I just completely skipped over it. We have another thing. On... Nope. On the 18th. Which is our... Just chatting about lore. Oh. Where we'll talk about the Academy lore and Spelly's lore and everything, and then after all that's said and done, we will open it up to talk about everyone else's lore. I think I have everything done now. I'll double check. Yes, so far as I'm aware, this is what we have in terms of all the all the events and all the milestones. I kept them all to Mondays or Thursdays, apparently. What if many holidays I have to work? No! I'm sorry to hear, Bereaved Boy. Isn't that, like, pure irony? I don't know exactly what you do for work, but I can assume, based off, like, I don't know, your name or some of your photos. Isn't that, like, super irony? Hi, Lucky! Welcome in! Yeah, Buff Spelly. Here, I'll make a really small color key code. Garbage truck driver. Oh. This is from VTuber SummerSlam Milestones. Then we have Cystic Fibrosis Charity. And then we have birthday Donathon Milestones. Was there any real reason to make this? Maybe not, but it's nice to see in a calendar view. Maybe it's just me. But I like to see it in the calendar view. There. There we go. Our calendar view is done. I'm gonna save it. July event calendar. Nice to be organized, can't hurt. I will admit that I have learned kind of recently that there is such thing as too organized, or maybe organized isn't the right word there. Too much scheduling. And when I say that, what I mean is, I don't even know how to word it. If you have to-do lists and schedules and all this other jazz all over the place, maybe it's not a bad idea, but having it all in one centralized place helps a lot. It helps a lot. Because once you start spreading out and spreading thin amongst a bunch of different platforms to have all of your schedules and your lists and keeping up to date and stuff, then it becomes a little cumbersome to remember everything. And filling it all out takes like a whole day instead of like an hour in one area. Alright, I should have my hands now. There we go. Alright, that's all we had to do. That's all. Well, I did want to do the announcements again, but I'd rather honestly move on to the game. I want to see what the game is like. So we're going to go ahead and start moving over there. So, what are we playing? Specifically, the game is called Daily Streamer. Streamer Daily. But it's basically a simulation game on what it's like to be a streamer. And I always wanted to know what it's like to be a streamer. So we're going to start moving over there. There we go. I gotta move everything. Okay. This game does have music, but it kind of plays the same music over and over again. So I was like, ah. Oh crap, I just realized we're in the art category, aren't we? Oh, hi Burp, hi King, how you both doing? I completely forgot we were in the art category. I'm so used to it just being in the art category. There we go. Oh crap. Aw, poop. I accidentally went back to the old... what did I say? Streamer Simulator. Thank you for the shout out to Burp. How you doing today, Burp? How to be a streamer. I guess the go live notification doesn't matter now. But I completely forgot that I didn't change it on OBS's side. Okay. Alright, you guys ready to learn what it's like to be a streamer? Because I sure do. I say kicking the butt? No, yeah, you kick it back harder. That's right. You kick its butt. Can you guys hear that? Like I said, the game does have music, but I kind of want to just do our own music. Alright, new game. Oh, we get to make our name? We get to make a channel name? Okay, my name is gonna be... Pistachio. But my channel name is gonna be... Oh no, this is so hard to make a channel name. Pistachio. That's right, Aokuni. My channel name's gonna be Gamer Uh, 69. Are you missing a T? Is there a T in pistachio? Hold on, let me see. Come on, autocorrect, do your thing. Oh yeah, there is. There we go. Pistachio. I do not want hard mode. Choose my characteristics. Gamer. My favorite types of game is not any of this. Horror games, heck yeah. Also, what do you guys think? Story games. It's me. You about to be that gamer grind set? Well, no, streamer grind. Maybe I should name it to streamer. Streamer grind set, not gamer grind set. I don't know what else I like on this list. Puzzles. Here, I'll change my name to streamer. This is so Wait, no, forget the E. It's streamer. Oh my gosh. The true. I need to change the E into a 3. I don't know what this is at all. Is this my logo or my... Oh no. A pirate hook. Yarg. I am... Oh, it tells you at the bottom left what it does. I'm gonna be... charismatic and silly. Yeah. All right, let's go. Gamer. Okay. This the crib? How do we stream? I'm ready to stream right now. Turn on my computer. Oh, the monitor's not connected to any computer. On the case, select PC build? Wait, what? We don't have a PC? Are you kidding? No, this is already too hard. I take it back. I don't want to play this. No. Silly beans, that's right. I guess I'm gonna get the motherboard of motherboards. I don't get a second graphics card? I didn't even know people could have. Wait, they get a cooler? Alright, how do I... Alright, gamer... What? Oh, I didn't realize there was... Oh gosh, there's so many PC parts! What is all this? I don't know what any of this is. Oh my gosh, look at all this equipment. I need a camera? Oh, I need the internet. Gamer! Computer's not running. Oh, thank you. It's time to finally play to stream. Microsoft PC. Get a part-time job to fun stream, honestly. Streamer with one screen, we all start somewhere, Dynamite, bro. Come on. we can't be as good. All right, how do I stream? You remember, man, that's a lot of talking. I don't really. OBS. All right. Hello, streamer. Dear Pistachio. Yes, I can stream. Thank you. What's up, cousin? Oh, wait, I need to send this person money. Oh no, they're sending me money. I can't read. This is why I want to be a streamer. Oh, this is from my dad. Delete all. Oh, all right. Gasoline. Oh, I get it. Oh my gosh. Okay, what games do we want to play? Let's play Gate. $30. Install. How much? Let's install instantly. Heck yeah. Wait, I want to play it though. I gotta turn on my OBS. Oh, yo, it's me. Streamer. Why is it so disgusting? Bro. Broadcast quality? Just chatting experience. I don't want to do just chatting. I want to play puzzles. I want to play Gate. Yeah. Hello World is the stream title? No, it's gonna be... Hi, Ewan. It's gonna be, Hell yeah, I got a beard. Are you kidding? I have a beard IRL, bro. Let's see. What's a good first stream title? No, wait. I gotta use... No, I can't. First stream title. If for those of you that have streamed, what was your... Does anyone remember what their first ever stream title was? What is all this? You mean I have to pay for all this crap? I can't just find it for free online? What do you mean viewer chance by getting chat bots? What? Wait, what? No, I don't have any money, bro. I'm broke. Channel integration. Twitch integration. What's my channel name again? Oh wait, how many R's did it have? Streamer, oh crap, I don't remember. Streamer, I think. Probably. I can buy chatbots, since when? Test stream? Testing. You don't have a voice changer for this game? Do you want me to use my voice changer for this game, bro? I can buy chatbots? Holy crap, is that a thing? I don't want any of this. That's stupid. I can't see my face, but I guess, I mean, just call me a Pixel VTuber and call it a day. Let's see if I could grab my, voice mod. I don't know if you actually get to stream in this game. I guess we're gonna find out. Or if it's just like, you have to be able to stream in this game though, right? Alright, it's loading up. I mean, oh crap. Oh, I can hear myself. Wait, can you guys hear that? No, it's just me. Oh no. Oh my gosh, you guys are gonna hate this. Okay.
Gamers rise up. Oh no. Okay, we'll start the stream. I don't go to, but I don't know what this is called. In the puzzle minigame, you should try to find their mats by clicking on the cards on the screen. I don't read. After every 2 cards. Oh, this is too much reading. Let's just play the game. Yeah, oh wait. I know how to play this. We're doing it. We're gaming. Heck yeah. Serena. Okay, it's waiting. You guys get even here by like inflection, whatever the word is there. In my voice, I have no memory skills. What the F? Now you can't. Don't lie to me. Don't lie to me. No, I'm not using a voice changer. What are you guys talking about? Chat. What? No. Wait, that didn't even. What? Welcome to the house team. The hell, yeah. Let's see. Wait, I think I've seen that. No, wait. Why did I click on that? Oh, wait. We're doing the gaming. Chat. Where's chat? Wait, alt tab? Oh, wait. Oh. Oh, there's people in my chat. Hey, what do you do yourself for? Don't say that. That's the worst. Tell me about yourself. You know, I'm just kind of hiding wisdom. I'm just, I'm a gamer. I really love gaming, and so I wanted to share my gaming experience with all of you guys, and that's why we're here gaming. And I am doing so well right now with this game. Look at us go. Let's go. Heck yeah. So what's this last card for though? Oh. Heck yeah. I can't find a stupid question, but I have to find because I want to be noticeable. What? Try again? What is your greatest dream in life? Oh, that is such a question. Oh man. One day I want to make it big, the big leagues of puzzle gaming. Heck yeah. This is so fun. I'm glad you guys are here watching. I can't believe it's my first stream ever. I can't believe it's my first stream ever. And you guys are here watching me. And I just so very excited for real. Yo. Sorry, sorry, dude. I'm just looking at all my stats real quick because wait, hey, are there any workers? I need to call out all the workers. I don't even know. Oh man, how are you guys? How's everyone doing today? Yeah, this game is so fun. One of my favorite games. I used to play this when I was younger. That is all you do this daily. Oh my gosh. Highway gang. After this, I think it's time to call it. I think we've been gaming for a long time today. My brain is starting to explode. Call out all the lurkers. Yeah, that's what I learned in my master class for how to stream. Before I started streaming, I had to take a master class. Oh no. I'm sure you guys have already figured out where everything is. I'm just really being. Oh, excuse me. Master, I need to kill me. No. Ban them. Just ban. Why would you do that? You want the music of this game? Thank you. It's my own playlist next. You guys should check me out on Spotify. Heck yeah. Have a good one, dude that's waving now that I can't pronounce your name. You guys have strange names. Hey, welcome to the joke. I'm streaming right now. I'm streaming right now, so I have my streamer voice on. Because we're streamer. Hi, girl. Oh gosh. Thank you for the drink. Drink right now. I do it, yo. It's right now. It's drink. It's terrible. No, there are people. There really are people, though, bro. Oh my gosh. Don't worry, we're almost done with the game, guys. This is so invigorating. I bet. Oh, wait, what happened? Someone donated $1. Someone donated $1 to me. And I gained 39 followers on my very first stream. I always thought you guys streaming was so easy. I am the best. I don't know what to tell you guys. What's on my computer? I have 100 gig. Okay. What is all this? Oh, I can stream on Switch? Heck yeah, that'll cost one of these things. Oh my gosh, I can't believe we stream on Switch, bro. Alright, let's get off the PC for today. How do I get off? I can change the background? Oh. I did not expect that. Are you kidding? No, that's so cool. I'm gonna keep that. Hell yeah. Alright, let's set down. Alright. I guess, how much money do I have? I have $201. Oh wait, I can turn off my voice now.
There we go. Cause now we're not streaming. So I don't need to have my my voice turned on. I don't know. Buy a second monitor and reach 100 followers is my goal right now. How do I buy a second monitor? I guess we just... Hey, Poe, welcome in. Why'd you get the... Why did I get Markiplier? Why? I don't know. Let's see. Let's buy a second monitor. Where? The Microsoft store? No. Where would I get a second monitor from? Oh! Never mind. Let's see. We should probably go with a cheaper monitor to start, and then we'll upgrade... We'll upgrade from there. And while I'm at it, I might as well grab... Can I get another webcam? Because holy crap. I don't have the money for another webcam. Isn't this a microphone? That's a webcam? I mean, I could buy that then. There we go. Alright, let's upgrade. We got 2 monitors. I don't know if it's gonna work now that I think about it. I just bought a monitor, but what if it doesn't, my graphics card doesn't? Oh, crap. Wait. Hey, where's my monitor? Oi. Oh, wait, I already had that camera. My money! Where's my... What is this? What? Phil what? The heck? Their voice changes are okay. Wait! Dynamite, is that real? Dynamite, what the heck? Thank you so much. You just reminded me though. Let me really quick change my panels, but Dynamite, thank you so much for the $1. Heck yeah, my first stream was a freaking success. Let's go! I was like, wait, is this the real life? Hold on, let me change my panels real quick. Goodbye, VTuber SummerSlam. We will be having another charity stream next week though, so look forward to that. Alright. I heard you like streaming, so we put streaming in your streaming. That's right. I gotta be the ultimate streamer by streaming. Although I just bought a monitor and some crap, and what do I need to do now? Do I need how do I eat? There's nothing. Eat at home? Go to a restaurant. I'll eat at home, bro. Oh, that's how you do it. Okay, understandable. All right, I ate food for real, for real. My health decreases? What's my health at? I have no idea. I don't want to sleep though. I'm not ready. Wander? Minus 20 bucks. No, I just wander around. Streamers eat for real, bro. No, I eat all the time. What are you talking about? What time is it? It's 3 o'clock. Maybe I should stream again. I don't... Wait, I can turn the lights off and save... Heck yeah. Oh. Wait! Did this just come in the mail? Oh, no. It says 3 days left. Never mind. Alright, I guess we're gonna stream again, because I got nothing else to do, apparently. Guess I don't have a job. Just like me in real life. Let's see. That is so cool. What's in my mailbox? Oh, this is so much reading. Ah. Thanks. That's too much. Alright, let's stream again. Heck yeah. Because why not? Oh, my alarm's going off. I relate. Streaming is a job for real, though. Also, there's a Pokemon. Alright, this is my second stream ever. Let's do... I guess we'll do another puzzle, but I don't really want to. How do I... Oh, right, wait. if I go to gasoline and I start installing some of this. Install. Now I have a bunch of other games that I could play as well over on my gasoline. Let's do a story game. Yeah. I think we're about ready for a stream again. I guess we stream twice in a day. That's a lot of reading. Hey gang, hey everyone, how y'all doing today? I hope you're having a great day. Alright, let's see. Oh man, I should have read. Wait, I actually did not read. I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing. I definitely know I'm doing it wrong though. Oh wait, I think they show you 9 words and then you have to try to memorize. Oh, this is another memory game? This has nothing to do with stories. The heck? Ooh. Oh, right. My bad.
Sorry, guys. I had to, I had a weird. His character is basically the bad guy. What character the hell are you talking about? Man, this game is really hard, huh? Yeah, you ever have just people that come in and just say the most random things in your stream and you're like, what? Like that thing right there. Well, brother. I feel like I'm not using the right words. Oh, wait. Why, I'm gonna be honest, why is there a thing that tells you who's online and how many viewers they have? That's not a thing. At BB Boo Boo. Hey, oh wait. No BB Boo Boo. We're not BB Boo Booing. Oh. I hope you guys are really enjoying the story game. The story is so riveting. Oh, thank you so much for the donation. Bro, I really, really appreciate it. You're the MVP today, bro. I know, the story is just, it's really getting me. My headache is killing me. Aw, damn, I don't remember asking. Earthquake. Continue my stream while there's an earthquake, of course, bro. Why would I not? Eli, welcome in. How are you doing today? Heck yeah. What a great. I'll even see the time. I didn't even notice. Oh, you can't see it on the stream because I thought Spotify, but. Man, there's a lot of people going online. If they situated California, oh no. Alright, that was great, but it is late. It is almost, what is it? 7? It's almost 7:30, gang. I think I'm gonna have to call it today. So thank you for hanging out. I appreciate it. You guys are the real MVPs. What is that sound? Every single I hear. Do you guys hear that? It's like, is it this thing? Why am I leaving on that? I took a random guess. Actually, all of these have been guesses, I'm gonna be honest. Because I don't have the brain capacity to memorize all of this. Alright, guys, thank you for hanging out. But I'm gonna hop off now because it's 8 o'clock. Alright, bye, guys. Thank you for hanging out. Bye, I already closed it. My bad. Oh my gosh.
Alright, let's see. How much money do I have now? That's how that works, right? I just stream and I get money. 86 bucks. Ugh. Buy a motherboard? I guess I should. It's 8 o'clock right now. Maybe I should hang out, eat something. Your family pays. Of course I'm gonna eat at home. Why would I not? I need something that'll give me energy. Oh, I guess I should sleep then. Alright. So I'm at 40% energy. I'll sleep for... What? It's 9 o'clock? I'll sleep for 8 hours. Thanks. This is my favorite voice changer. Alright. Sounds good, Dynamite. Okay, I have a lot of energy. It's 5 a.m. You want me to stream at 5 a.m.? Buy a motherboard? I don't have the money. The heck? Where do I get the money from? Here, let me turn on my PC. Let me just find, go online and go to the store. Where's the store again? Forest. What is fake forest? Risky shopping? Oh, but it's really cheap. Ooh. I can afford that. Compared to normal forest, I can't afford that. That's expensive. Risky forest, though? What is this? Oh, wait, I can actually get a job? And work for money? Which one's... This one's... Okay, wait, let's think about our schedule. When do we want to stream? If I work from 6 till 9, or 6 till 8, I can start streaming at 9. I don't know. It'll give me a lot of money, but... Or I can work as a cashier or work less hours. Same price, though. I'm not gonna get mugged, no! Maybe I'll do a cashier work. When we finish at 8, so that we can stream from 9 till midnight, go to sleep, do it all again. 14 hours a day. No, it's an hour! What? Wait, I can just grab all these jobs? Alright, how do I go? What time is it? What is all this? This sounds like a lot of reading. I don't want to do a tournament. We let you stream in the garage, but it looks like there wasn't a complete solution to the noise problem. Can you be a little quieter while streaming? Your little brother needs sleep. No. Alright, let's shut that down. Alright, what time is it? It's 5 a.m. So, I have work now. I guess I should... No, I don't really need to eat anything. What time does my job start again? Oh. Oh, man, look at all this. You mean I get... wait, streaming's gonna give me all this? I'm excited. I am excited. Heck yeah. 6 to 20. Yeah, 14 hours a day. No. No. How do I go to my job? I guess I just... What are my needs? Oh, I gotta eat? Oh. Alright. Not a real streamer. A real streamer wouldn't work a job on this side because they're dedicated to the... Oh my gosh. I took a job, but I don't know what to do. Let's see. We start work... Well, let's just stream for 2 hours. F it. Just don't lose track of time, you know? Just like in real life. We'll stream for 2 hours. Get a little gaming in there. Maybe we'll do a just chatting stream for 2 hours. How's that? Just chatting. So... And... Streamer. Alright. 2 hours on the clock. Let's go. If you do not have a specific follower, at least 1,000, just chatting will be of little impact. Oh, crap. Is that how that works? The camera placement equals annoying to people. Isn't it great? Isn't it so, like, you just see right up their nose? In this just chatting minigame, what the heck are you talking about? I'm supposed to just talk, right? You choose the options that appear on the screen and interact with the people in the chat. Oh, boy. Okay, let's go.
Hey guys, I'm Pepperoni.
Oh gosh, I thought that was the game! Wait, hold on.
And I'm here to tell you about how amazing Spelly is and how you should sub to her. Do it.
Hey Merp, nice to see you. Alright, gang. We're chatting. We're gonna let's so cool. I'm sorry, what? Chat with the viewers. Yeah, I like talking with you guys. What time is it? Let's keep talking to each other. Your chat was boring. Well, I mean, my chat can only be as fun as the chatters. Just kidding. Oh, what's up with the moderators? Yeah. Oh. I'm sad. We're gonna talk about the current news. Yeah. Awesome. Yippee, let's just watch some reaction videos for the rest of the stream until I have work. Yeah, let's keep watching them. I see you guys really like that I watch reaction videos. Oh. People are upset that I'm watching reaction videos. Yay. Alright, we're done streaming. Thank you for hanging out, gang. Bye. I hope that was a good stream. They don't have an analytics tab. Analytics? Analytics tab. Alright, let's go to work. How do I go to work? I have a job. How do I? So how? Do I just job? Yo, how do I? Oh wait, how do we go to work? Help. We'll get jobs online again. How does it go even work? Oh, you gotta, you know, here. Oh crap. Oh jeez. I hit that button. Oh, I hit that button, and when I hit that button, it tried to turn on my camera. So that my camera was here, and I was like, no. No. Here, I'll move it let me move it a little bit. Cotter tier. Welcome in. Welcome in, Cotter tier. Welcome in, Raiders. How are you all doing today? Heck yeah. What's that? Wait, why did my... Oh no. Oh no, I think they didn't go on for the raid. What the heck? How are you doing today, Counter Junior? I'll give you a raid thing, but I don't know why it didn't work. Aw. How are we doing today? You were doing... I was just wondering what you're chatting about today. Alright, here's the raid thing. I don't know why it... Oh, I know why it didn't work. I know exactly why it didn't work. Sorry about that. It's because, like, for some reason in my brain, I was like, I'm gonna change the name of the scene where all of my alerts happen. So there's gonna be probably a lot of things broken the next couple days, if not like a week or so. Alright, waiters. Thank you so much again for the raid counter to run early. I do appreciate it. Thank you. I was like, I've throw my voice changer one. Oh crap. Hello raiders, my name is Betty. That's me. I do a business with on Twitch, and I do art and animation.
Thank you so much for the raid counter tier. I hope it was a good one. If you have to do any post-stream self-care, I completely understand. Otherwise, if you're here with us, we are currently playing a streamer simulator so I can learn how to be a streamer today. So thank you so much again for the raid. Oh no, I just changed it back. Yeah, I had to turn my voice changer back on. So now my voice changer is back on. Hi, welcome in, True Believer. Hello. My eyeball is itchy. Hi, Action Production. Yeah, we were actually just about to stream. So I had to, I can't figure out how to go to work. So instead of going to work, I guess we're just gonna stream today. Maybe I don't have work today. That might be why. Scammed. Don't worry. I will, let me start the stream. I'm gonna, let's see. We're doing a just chatting stream. Let's call it, let's talk about this VTuber thing. Alright, let's stream.
Alright, let's see. Let's talk about... I need to watch more videos. Chat with the viewers. Apparently my viewers hate when I talk to them. Didn't have an invite. Oh, express my problems with crying. No. Alright, I think that's all I can do. Yeah, I can't stream, I can't just chat anymore. Maybe I can change the game. I don't want to close. It doesn't let me change the game here. I'll change the game real quick. Let's do more. I know it's not popular. Horror. Let's play a horror game. Know our own day. Yeah. Oh gosh. Why does it sound like the Prince? Hey, Salakman. Hey. Is it Sully's friend or voice changer? You know, that is the question of the day. Does it actually sound like someone else? I don't know how to put that. 3 doors will appear, 1 door's exit. Then the doors are mixed. Oh, okay. Oh gosh. Wait, that's not fair. This one? Yeah, we're good at this game. What? Heck yeah. We're winning today. Why do the big guy said, sorry, not enough for me. Must follow. Oh no, the door. I think I lost the door. This one? No. Oh, sad. This one? Heck yeah. Oh, I think I lost the door. I know. Thank goodness. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Sometimes it sounds a bit weird, but it turned out good. I'm actually surprised. Yeah, if I yell, it sounds really weird. So I try not, but I yell a lot. You guys already know. Oh, look at our score. We're actually really good at this game, even though no one's watching. Yeah. I think it's this one. It's so weird because of this. Oh crap, I messed up. Because of the speech pattern, yeah, you can definitely tell it's me. You go with the voice changer. They have another one that I want to try. Wait, let me follow the door. Something to do with a bad mic. Hey, let it load.
Ah, they have this. Oh gosh. This just sounds weird. Never mind.
I went back. Oh gosh, ow. Wait, the score was going down all the time? What the? I didn't realize the score goes down if you don't immediately click on the door. Thank you, Sick Ripper. I'll take it just a moment. I lost all my score. This is so sad. Alexa. Alright, gang. Guys, what is the giveaway gonna happen? What are you even giving away, fantasy? What are you talking about? I have to go. See you all later. You know, I never really. Oh, okay, I'm gonna real here. If you had said nothing in stream, like if the first thing that you say in someone's stream is "I have to go. See you later," what was the play? Well, let's wait and saying goodbye. If you never said anything else in stream, can someone explain that to me? I was underwater. Well, I guess one thing if you had at least said something earlier in the stream, I guess. I farted on stream. Like, yeah. I farted on stream. No. Your headache is killing you. Oh, no. What the headache? It just felt like it, I guess, but I just don't. I don't know, it just doesn't make sense to me. Monotone, yeah. It doesn't, like, if you guys are what I sound like right now, and I am super monotone. Should be with a capital T, the doors. Oh, I think I messed this one up, yeah. Wait, what? How are you getting on where to go? I got other things to do today. Oh, well, let me end, there we go. Wait, I got 12 followers on that stream. Nice.
Alright. Let's see. Let's get out of here. Man, this is hard. I sure wish I could go to work. I guess I'm just gonna... It says you lose 20 bucks going to the PC store, but what do you even buy? I need to buy a motherboard, but I don't have the money. It's only noon. What else do I do? Who this? No. Hello, it is me. Ooh, they have a lot of amazing horror games. And look at all these story games. Life is familiar. Bro. Wait, I could be a freelance? Shoot, I'll do this instead then. Let's do some... I wish it was this easy. Oh wait, am I just supposed to click it? Yo, look at all this money I'm making. Let's go. Just, I don't even know what I'm doing. I'm making money though. Whee! I guess this is how people make, this is how I make money. I made like 80 bucks just doing that. Doom scroll Twitter! Doom scroll Twitter! I don't even know if, do they have Twitter on here? Ownership? You think they would, right? Is this... No. Ah, no, that's a lot of money. Wait. If I play this game, oh, but you have to pay to join. That's not... I could do Bitcoin? Can I? Oh, that's too expensive. Wait, I do have the money for Bitcoin. Oh, should I? Do you guys think I should invest in Bitcoin? Oh no, that's how I do it. Oh, can you imagine? 20 bucks motherboard. Give me that. Yeah, if I go to Fake Forest, it's like 25 for a motherboard. Imagine. Oh man, maybe I can invest. Or I could just, I guess, gamble. That's another thing. Oh, let me get a new motherboard. That's what I'll do. Yep, there goes my money. How do I get my stuff though? Gamble? Oh, Bitcoin? I have to wait 3 days? Oh, I have 4 skill points. What should I do? I'm gonna increase my charisma and my streamer. I don't really care about the games. It's not about being a gamer, it's about being a streamer. Hi, good dwarf! I always show. I know, I'm learning how to be a streamer today. Apparently we have to invest in Bitcoin. I am so poor. I want to learn marketing skills. I wish I could do this in real life. Just learn marketing, bro. Aw, man. Alright, let's take some more freelance jobs, because apparently I can't get paid for my actual job, so let's just take some freelance jobs. This is how this works in real life? You just take freelance jobs until you can afford stuff for streaming? I would love to do that. Wait, what was the website again? Wait, I have an email, because that's what I do. I email people. Oh, right. Thank you. I have bought the motherboard. Can I just play these games without actually, like, streaming it? I can? Why would I do that? I guess maybe it gives you skills without having to do it on stream. I would rather be bad at it on stream. Alright, let's see. What can I... Should I do software work? 100 bucks? Oh boy. Thank you so much. Aw, you want Biker the 2 for real? That's how it works? Let's freaking go. Osho! If you guys did not know, we were all part of the, we were all part of the VTuber SummerSlam. How did the end of your VTuber SummerSlam go? Wait, this is all the freelance work? It's just this the whole time? I mean... I guess I'm gonna make some money today. 100 bucks? Wait. No! My money! Ah, I hate being human. Ah, let me go eat freaking food. Freak. Eat food. Ugh. It was crazy. We saw even the stretch goals. Oh my gosh, that's so how you do it. That's really good to hear, though. Yeah, I think it's negative. Oh, wait, did I not? Oh, I hit cancel. Like a dum-dum. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was -2, but yeah. 100 bucks? Wait, pest control. What do you mean 100 bucks? Oh, do you mean the coding thing? Losing money just like really? No. I need to raise broadcast quality to 50%. How the heck do I do that? Everything that I bought has it got— Wait, I got paid money? Did you guys see how much money I have now? What time is it? Noise problem. If you're gonna continue doing streaming seriously, you have to do it in your own place. We love you, don't get it wrong, but it will be bad for our family to continue like this. Because of that, you need to move into your own house in 30 days. I'm leaving $500 to support. If you don't get your own house, I'll confiscate your computer. You can search houses online. I just deleted the email. Damn, Dad. In the video game? How do I even— that's cars? Is it real estate? Expensive! You gave me $500? Are you kidding me? I say that meanwhile, like, he doesn't owe me anything, bro. I don't know what to do! I don't know how to go to my job! Dad! How do I work? Apparently I have a job, but I don't work at it. I would like to. Where is it? Here it is. How does the job stability going up when I haven't worked there yet? How do I go to work? I don't... Alright, well, I don't know what to do here now. I guess I just stream at 4 a.m. Looks like the PC is the old Energy Star PC. 14-hour jobs? Look, I'll show you. I have a job. Where did I find it? I'm pretty sure it was whatever was right here, but it's gone now. But it doesn't let me... I can't work anymore. I can take out a loan? That's some risky business. But then I could buy my own place. No. Can I put in my money to get more money? Investments. I don't know what any of this does. I can't join the tournament. I don't have the money for that. What is this? Oh, I can own a pet? Why would I... I mean, I would like to own a pet, but... Alright. I guess we're just gonna stream. I don't know what else to do. No, wrong one. I love my camera. Wait, what if I do this? What does that sound? How does having stage transitions and panels increase your popularity? Wait, I have to be an affiliate on Switch as well because I have subscriber badges and emotes. No, sorry, emojis. Alright, I guess we'll do... Nothing's popular. We'll just do just chatting. Wait, no. There we go. Gotta have a good title. Yeah, buy chatbots. You can buy chatbots or ads and stuff. Show cleavage. Oh my goodness. Raffle for subs. Nobody cares what you draw. No. No one cares what I draw. have to have my streamer voice.
Voice on. I'm so sad. No one cares about what I draw. Oh, this is so sad. I'm gonna watch some videos. I'm just gonna randomly click on stuff until I can't anymore. There we go. What am I left for my job? Wait, I actually have a job though? Hold on. Wait. I was not expecting. Got that wrong. Oh, let me get out of here. Quit, shut down. Let's see. I have my job in about 30 minutes. I should probably eat though. But it's gonna take me an hour to eat, so I'm gonna be late to work. But I gotta eat. Okay. I'll go to work. A little late, but what? I totally can work my job. I'm so excited. This is so great. And look, I did not get paid. Yay. I'm still waiting to get all this stuff. Let me stream one more time. I wanna... If I buy more parts now, I can then get them in 3 days. Hmm. What do I need though? I mean, I could obviously use better... I can get a better motherboard. Let's hit level 8, because my favorite number. Sorry, I get level 8 stuff. Oh, it's expensive. Oh, of course it's expensive. Oh gosh. Well, I can only buy one thing, so we're gonna start with the motherboard. Which one was the motherboard? I don't remember. Is that the motherboard? No, it wasn't. That was the processor. That's okay. It's gonna take so long to get here anyway. By then, I'm gonna be a big streamer. Oh wait, I have my streamer voice on.
My bad, I forgot. Hi, Anavon, welcome in. Hi. All right, let's stream. We're gonna stream puzzle games. Skeet. What does that sound? It's like, ding. All right, we're streaming now. We're real streaming. I'm doing really well. Oh, wait.
I'm doing really well. Welcome in. It's nice to see you. Megabyte AI messed up. Oh, dolphin. Oh. You drew a robot man? Oh, the voice change. What are you talking about? What? No, it's because we're streaming right now, so I have my streamer voice turned on right now. You know, I gotta let people know I'm serious about streaming. Puzzle number 1 done. Oh, I didn't even know that you can see. You can see your viewers. I thought it was max 10. Oh, true. These memory games, bro. Oh, that was pure luck. Oh, wait. Your inappropriate places are itching like crazy. Don't itch. No itchy. No itchy. Bong, 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 bong. I'm so bad at this. Oh, my brain. Uh, is that a raffle today? No. Why would you come in wondering if there's a raffle? Have I done a raffle? Oh wait, I guess I did do a raffle before. Oh, is this channel new? Yeah, I just started streaming 3 days ago. Heck yeah. I've been having fun with streaming. Welcome in. Oh, these games. Wait, I think we're on for something. There we go. We did it. We did it. Yo. Well, oh. Oh, my energy is low. Wait, I have 100 followers now. Oh, oh my goodness. That is so cool. Thank you so much for following me. Thank you for 100 followers. That means my cousin gave me $100 for getting 100 followers. Heck yeah. $200 if I can get 5 subs in 7 days? Oh no, I can't do that. That's hard. No, I don't even have like 1 sub. Huh? Oh wait.
We're no longer streaming, so I don't need to have my my streamer voice. I don't know how to get subs. That's hard. Increases my chance of subs. Guess we're gonna get some badges and some emotes. What time is it? Oh, it's already midnight? Oh, crap. Alright, let's sleep. You'll be late for work. No, wait. Wait, if I sleep, it's midnight. If I sleep for 7 hours. Oh, crap. I hit the wrong button. Then I can eat. Yeah, my cousin's giving me money for doing a good streaming job. How do you make the home screen in the game? What do you mean? Wait, it's 7. I have work at 8, so let me go eat. Then I'll go to work. I guess I'm gonna be a nighttime streamer then. Hold on, let me try to catch that Pokemon. Bunch of minis. That was made by Freud! Freudnim! Yeah, on my monitor. I don't know why it's like, the game's a little broken, but that was made by Freudnim. Alright, let's go to work. Let's do that work thing. I gotta stretch. Okay. Alright, how's, oh gosh, our money is looking low. When are we supposed to get our, oh. Oh, we got our new monitors. Oh, crap. I guess it's gonna go there. We got a new microphone, but it's the same as the old microphone. I didn't realize that, and I feel a little bad. Wait, is it the same? Yeah, it's the same one. Let me... I could always sell it. I really don't need a second mic. Damn. Or at least the same mic. Alright. So now we have a new monitor. Actually, I guess we should keep the second mic, because it looks like the condition of these things eventually goes down. Alright, time for our stream then. Look, we have 2 monitors! That's so cool! Standing on the edge. On the edge. I'm on the edge of glory. Should I buy... I did want to get that motherboard. Let me do it. I know I don't have, like, any money now. Oh, crap, that's right. My dad gave me 30 days before I have to move out. I think I'm on day 2 of 30. Or 1 or 2. Alright, let's stream. Let's do just chatting first. And then we'll switch games. Hey, go, hey! Wait, my energy is so low! No! No! My energy's too low. I'm tired? You mean I can't even stream? Can I just grab an energy drink? My happiness is really low. Drinking energy. Why does my health go down because I drink an energy? What are you guys trying to say? My happiness is so low for some reason. Streaming doesn't make you happy? Ah, Volcamino. You're too kind. You're too kind. Alright, we're gonna stream. I have health problems? Why?
Alright, gang, we're back at it. Sorry, I had to go step out and grab an energy drink real fast. Oh, you're supposed to click on the red comments? I didn't know that. What the heck? I wish I had known that before. Oh, I got banned. No, I got banned from streaming. I can't stream for 5 days. Oh my gosh, my life is over. Oh no, I shouldn't have shelved my cleavage. Where did all my money go? Oh, alright. Well, that means I got banned. I can't get the 5 subscribers in like 7 days. That's it. Let me do something to make me happy. Well, something that's not expensive. That's gonna make me go to the doctor for 5 hours. Wait, for $100? That's not happening. I was gonna just go wander around for 3 hours. Well, I know it sucks. Where are they going to go? No. My money. Alright, let me go sleep. Oh. Alright, now I gotta eat. And then I have to go to work. Oh wait, wrong one. This sucks. I just wanna stream. Oh, it's like real life simulator. Go work. What? Alright, I have no energy though. My energy is so low right now. Can I take a nap? Let's see. Alright, let's take a nap and we're gonna be an 11 to whatever time streamer from now on. Cause I have no time of the day to stream. Oh. Bum, 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 bum. Oh wait, I can't stream anyway. I'm banned. I completely forgot I was banned already. Alright, let me go look at stuff. Let me do freelance work. In the meantime, I guess. Oh my goodness. Look at the time. Go right out the window. Oh, my money. I should probably go to bed. I only go to bed. Like, for real, for real. I lost 6 followers. I didn't realize people just unfollow because you don't stream for a day. My goodness, that's even this game hard. I just sleep. The heck? That's good. I like. I still want to go to it. I completely forgot on it. Sorry.
I can turn it off because I can't stream. I'm banned. I'm banned from Switch for the next 4 days, so I can't even stream right now. This is so sad. What is this? I don't even know what this is. What am I supposed to do with these? Oh. Well, wait, the box is empty. Ah. I have to rebuild my whole PC, bro. Is this what it's like to build a PC? What? What am I supposed to do with my life? I can't stream. No. That's what you get for showing your big beard on. For real, though. I did. I showed cleavage and they freaking banned me, bro. I'm just gonna work. Work and sleep. That's my life right now. Let me just work and sleep, bro. 9 hours. It's 5 a.m. and I have work at 9 or 8. What am I gonna do for 3 hours? No, I'm losing followers. You guys can kind of see it a little bit, but it's at the very top of the stream. It's telling me I'm losing followers because I'm not streaming. I cannot believe it. I can't believe this. All right, let me eat. Do something to bring up my happiness, I guess. 6, 7, 8, 9. I'll just go to work early. And now I gotta do something to bring up my happiness. And now I have no energy. So I'm just gonna sleep. We sleep in a lot lately. We're not doing anything. Well, we're building up our money. Can I stream now? It's 8 a.m. already? I gotta go to work. I can't even eat. I have no time to eat. Just straight to work. Alright, let's eat now. Now let's see if we can stream. Let's see. Am I allowed to stream? I have 1 more day unbanned. This sucks. What am I gonna do with my life? Okay. Well, the day's almost done anyway, so let me just wander around for a little bit. What? No. And now that I'm out of energy, I'm gonna go to bed. No, wait. Go to bed for 7 hours. Then I'm gonna eat, and then I'm gonna go to work. It's like a big cycle. I should be unbanned now, though. I'm gonna crack open a energy drink for my energy. And we're gonna go stream! Let's go. Happy, happy, happy. Please let me stream. Hallelujah, I'll never show my cleavage again. Beans. Alright. So whenever I see the red comments, I have to click on them. Oh crap, I hit show cleavage again. Damn it, I forgot already. I gotta stop showing my freaking cleavage, bro. Alright, that was a good stream. Let's change the game over to... let's do story. Ow. Oh, I just realized that the reason I don't have to Alt-Tab now is because I have 2 monitors. I just realized that. Someone said, are you blind? Bro. And if I was, would you feel bad then? But you feel like a stinky now. Oh, right.
My bad. I forgot I was streaming. Again. Yeah. I did control myself from showing the cleavage. No. Man, I'm really bad at this game. Ah, yes, finally. Oh, thank you so much for the donation. Anyone gift you a sub? I mean, this is so sad. Can we get 5 gifted in chat? Fail this. What are you talking about? I'm feeling great. How much do you sell your mouse to me? Wait, I thought, why do you want my mouse? Huh? Man. Man. Yeah, we did it. This is hard. Hard game. Oh. Oh. I don't remember any of the, oh crap. A lot of C words. Ooh, Pokemon. I'll stop. We got our follower count back up to 101. Let's go. I'm trying my hard. I'm actually like trying here. Wait, I don't have any balls. No. I wasn't looking at the words. Uh. Hey, I think I'm starting to get it. Look at us go. Oh, it's 2 a.m. though. Uh-oh. Oh, shit. Someone is making an attack. Why? I look. I have all of their phones and someone's attacking me. Was it in the stream, bro? The heck? How dare they?
Ooh, this is a good song. Wait, is this the... Yeah, it is Near Automata. Wait, what playlist am I listening to? This is the... Wait, what? This is from the Comfy Anime Vibes playlist. That's why I was confused. I was like, what? Oh, I know, right? I have 100 followers. I guess the follower count doesn't matter, but... Why is someone... attacking me? I need to get level 8 everything. How much money do I... Oh, wait, I have a lot of money. Who needs sleep when I have money? What do I need? So I have the motherboard and I have the processor. I need the graphics card. Oh, it's so expensive. I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna have the best stream ever. Ever. I need more money though. I did not gain any subs, and because of that, my cousin will not give me 200 bucks. Let me go to sleep. I have like no energy. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to stream today. Thank you, Vampire. Is this what it's like streaming? This makes me... I have no energy to do anything. That sucks. I wanted to stream today. 13 hours? I guess. Oh no! You didn't even tell me that I was gonna be late for work. Oh wait, maybe I don't have work today. Last hour? Oh, I do have work today. They let me be late for work, bro. Alright, now I can stream. Ow. Ow. Ow, ow, ow. Wow, 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 wow. Yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. 2,000 followers in 14 days? Are you serious, bro? What do I look like? Hold on. Let me start upgrading. I didn't have notifications turned on? Let me just turn on all my stuff. I have no idea how much money I have now, though. I guess we're gonna chat about how work sucks. I know. Let's talk about I'm gonna complain to you guys. Let's just chat. Watch some videos. Chat. Chat. Raffle? Watch videos? Chat. 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 Why do I have a subscriber? Someone subscribe to me! Galmo! Thank you so much for subscribing to me! Aww. Heck yeah! I'm gonna talk to you guys then. Raffle for my sub. My one sub. Hell yeah. Alright, it's midnight. Let's get off. I'm so happy! Oh, I hit the wrong button. It went to my actual desktop. Alright, let's sleep. Shout out to Galmo! Let's go! Giga Chad's in chat! Galmo, the real one, bro. Helping a butt out. Oh, my leg. Thinking about going to the bathroom. What is that, 2? Does anyone else see that? Alright, I gotta go to work now. Gotta make that bread. Speaking of bread, I'm really hungry. What the heck? Alright. Man, this game is hard. We're already on day 12. I don't think I'm streaming. I'm not really doing the stream thing correctly. No, I have no energy. I have no happiness, honestly. I think I need to take a day off of streaming. But we're on that grind mindset, so that's not happening. Energy drink! Alright, let's start chatting. Let's get our just chatting on. Oh, man. Oh, man. I can't believe I streamed yesterday and I didn't even turn on health problems. Give me money. Alright, let's start. My happiness is below 20, so I can't stream. Come on, that's quitter's talk. Are you kidding? Are you kidding me? I wouldn't have drinking the energy drink if I knew that. Fine. Your happiness is too low? You know what's gonna happen now? Now you're streaming really late and you're gonna be tired for work tomorrow. Should have thought about that one, bud, huh? Huh? Didn't think about that.
That's right. We're chatting again today. What's up, gang? Let's watch some videos and talk. Let's talk for a while, watch some videos. Raffle for subs? Let's talk. Let's watch some videos. There we go. Alright, gang, thank you so much. I lost a follower. No, I lost a subscriber. I lost a subscriber. Alright, that was a good stream. Bye. Hyper, welcome in.
Welcome in. Sorry, I was just streaming. And now that we have finished streaming, I must sleep. Alright, let's go sleep. I don't want to be late for work, though. What's up, gang gang? That's right. Have you had images to that, like that to your bio? What? My bio? I just have all these empty boxes, bro. Oh, wait, I could be putting these over here on the shelf. Oh, well. What do you mean, Grip? Let's see. Let's... 7 a.m.? Oh, I have to eat and go to work. I work every day. I don't get, like, a day off from work or anything. I work every day, I guess. Channel description? You mean, like, the panels? Or something else? when you go... Okay, if you go to your Twitch channel, here. If you go to your Twitch channel, let me go to mine right now. Wait, if I hit this button, can you see this or no? Oh. Alright, oh crap. Don't look, don't look. There we go. Alright, if you go to your Twitch channel, and you go to your... I think when you're on your Twitch channel, you have to go to your About section. So you click on the About section, and you scroll down, you'll see like, there might be nothing there. You click on this little tab over here, it says Edit Panels. And when you click on that, it lets you edit the panel titles. You can add images by hitting the Add Image button. And you can actually have those images have links in them, so that when people click on the images, it'll like link to something. And then you can have little descriptions. And I highly, highly, highly recommend clicking on this button right here that says, that says supports Markdown. You click on that Markdown button, and it'll teach you how to use Markdown in those things, because that's what makes your panels look really cool if you have text like that. I do not. As you guys already know, I have like this thing going on. But like over here, if you use Markdown, I don't have the best Markdown example, but I know a couple of people who do have amazing Markdown. By the way, I have a Poke gift, so I'm going to give that away right now. I think this is the command. Yay! El Camino, Po! Congratulations! Enjoy your present. Oh, you got a present from me! Now you could give away presents. But yeah, that's how you edit them, and that's how you do images, and the images are clickable, so when you click on them, you know, things come up and do stuff. And yeah, that's essentially how it works. Alright. Here we go. Alright, what time is it? My energy. I feel like I don't have time to stream because I'm just busy working, and then when I get home from work, I'm freaking tired. And then I can't stream. I'm just gonna drink an energy drink. Hi, Prophecy! I never have time to stream. I'm just work, sleep, no stream. No energy to stream. F. You live in this place? This is my garage. No, it's my garage. I have to stream from the garage because my dad got mad at me. In the game. I should say out loud just in case my dad's listening. My dad hears me and he's like, you're not streaming from the freaking garage. What are you talking about? No, in this game, I have to stream from the garage. That's why. You live like this? Let's see. We're gonna stream. Why do I have a really bad broadcast quality? What is happening? I'm trying to think of what might be wrong. I guess I could look at my build, but let's see. Oh no, I didn't mean to do that. Is it because my stuff is going down, or what's... Do I need more RAM? Maybe I should grab more RAM. Let me buy more RAM. Can never go wrong with... Oh my goodness, the RAM's so cheap. Let me get a 32 gig. Or not? I'm so confused. There's so many different types of RAM. Let me just get level 8 RAM. No, I have no money! Let me get a level 2. And while I'm at it, I'm gonna get level 2... I think my motherboard is level 2, so let me get a level 2 processor and a level 2... I can't even afford that. Just like in real life. Okay. Let's go stream. Let's have some fun streaming. What's popular today? Oh, stories are popular today. Heck yeah. Join me or I get kicked out of my house. All right. Milk. Buy a Coke. Go get milk. Look at that hand. Isn't the hand great? Why buy RAM when you can download them? Tell us an actual story? Let's see. Once upon a time, there was a streamer. This streamer had 3 viewers, 0 subscribers, and 117 followers. And then he got kicked out of his house because he was too loud at streaming, and the family didn't want him there, and he couldn't afford another house, and then he cried. Stop toxic. No, bro. Oh wait, I gotta turn on my streamer.
Guys, sorry, I forgot. We are streaming right now, so I have to. We are currently a streamer. Let's see. This game, if I like fully put my concentration into it, it's okay. Like I get it, but I'm so bad at remembering things. All right, let's try it. Egg. Egg. Well, let's go. Say a number I will give a gift subscription, not much. 20. Give me 20 gifted. Well, I love this little chat. Actually, this could be a really cool learning experience if you guys were interested in what not to do and what is good to do. So, let's see. What's the name of this game? The name is, I don't even remember. I guess it's not that important. What's up? I definitely would not recommend doing what this person did unless you actually follow through. Which, obviously, the streamer's gonna do a really high number. Like a ridiculous... Oh, you heard that a friend of yours needs help? I have to leave the stream? Alright. Oh man, my stream. I had to help my friend. Beans. Boy, I didn't sleep at all last night. Oh, how'd I go to work? No. I have no energy. I'm the zombie. Let me just eat and I'm gonna immediately, I guess, sleep. I was gaming. I was streaming all night. My health will fall. Why is my health going down? Oh, wait.
It's hard for me to remember to turn it on and off. I kind of just want to leave it on, but nah, that's fine. 2. Prophecy. 2! Because you sleep in the garage? Maybe. I don't know if I actually sleep here, though. I mean, there's a couch, but... Alright, my happiness is really low. It's 5 a.m. 5, 6, 7, 8. I can go, I guess, wander around for 3 hours and then go to work, but... that means I'm not going to be able to eat. It is what it is. Go to work. Make this bread. How could this happen to me? Because I made no promises. Exactly. And that's it. That's it for the day. I guess I just sleep. Why is my health falling? I guess I should eat first and then I'll sleep. I want to stream. This is beans, bro. This is beans. Let me see. 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I could just, you know... I feel like I have no time to stream. Because I'm busy, like... doing everything else. Like work. And then as soon as I go to work, basically the way it works right now, as soon as I go to work, I'm out of energy. So, oh, why does one energy drink cost me $50, bro? Where are you getting your energy drinks from? My happiness is so low, I can't even stream anyway. Now I have no energy to stream because I went around to raise my happiness, bro. Why is this so hard? Oh, I know, right? It's just the energy drink. It's gotta be. It's gotta be a freaking, what, a 3-star? It better be anyway. I accept no less. Typical streamer mental health, bro. I would be streaming. Maybe I should just get rid of the job. But the job is giving me money. And I need money. I also I have like 30 days before I get kicked out of the house. Look, my energy went back down. Now, energy drink. Give me that. Okay, we're streaming today or else. For real. Hey, Okuni. Hi, Z. Welcome in. That's it. We're gonna go stream. I'm tired of this. On work grind set with no stream grind set. First, I'm gonna upgrade my stream. By buying expensive hard drive. And I'm also gonna grab, this doesn't matter, some RAM. That'll come in 3 days. I need a better webcam, bro. There we go. I have $9 left to my name. Yikes. Okay. Let me make sure nothing already came in. Ah, something did come in. What is this? I don't know what any of this is. I'm gonna put it there, though. Alright, let's stream, now that I'm broke. What cooler, Ozzy? Macrosoft, that's right. I am a streamer. I'm gonna start streaming. I gotta learn how to stream, bro. Yeah, I have to stream or else I get kicked out. What's a good stream title? We're gonna do just chatting because nothing's popular else. How do I have 0 just chatting experience when I've been chatting? I've been just chatting for like forever now. Oh, I have no money. Alright. Sorry, I'm reading. A little bit of actual reading. Don't forget the mouse pad. Aw, man. Alright, let's watch some videos in chat. Watch some videos in chat. We're gonna chat and watch some videos. How about a raffle for the subs? Even though I have none? Let's, watch some videos. Everyone likes it when I watch videos. Heck yeah. Okay, that was a good stream. Let's get out of here. I earned a new skill point. Let's go to sleep. For real sleep. Health problems. I don't know what's wrong with my PC. My PC has health problems. Express with crying like 20 times in a row. That's the stream. That was the whole stream. Well, that was that stream. It's a bit different if I don't do just a just chatting stream. But sometimes I just don't have time to do anything else. I don't have, like, the energy to game and stuff, you know? I have to eat and then I have to go to work. And then maybe we'll think about streaming. No, wait. Doing an evil laugh? 0? Wait, when was I doing an evil laugh? I have a lot of energy. I can stream right now. Heck yeah. Oh, I have some skills. Let us bring up, well, I'm gonna fill up my streamer. And the reason why is because I need to get followers really fast so my cousin gives me money. I don't know how that works, but it does. Trust. Ah, yeah, it's stream time here. Let's see if there's a popular game today. Okay, horror. We'll do horror. I will not show cleavage today. There we go. All right. Everything's good. Look, my broadcast quality is really good for some reason. All right, here we go.
Alright. I can't do what? Time to cry and can't let no. I don't play a horror game. This is the horror. The horror is the friends we made along the way. Now I'll have your viewers bet. No crap. I'm not good at this game. That's fine, as long as I'm charismatic. I don't need to be good at this game. Look at us go. You wanna know what? You wanna know why I have no viewers is because Dota Tyler is currently streaming. Ah crap. That's definitely why. Yup. I'm just gonna blame another streamer. You thinking of them 14K viewers. Whack. How dare. Oh gosh, that went really fast. Oh wow, what? Definitely not the students. Yeah, no, it's coming in because I'm not good at showing cleavage. They were expecting me to. Maybe I should make that my actual stream title. Ah, crap. I already lost the door. Oh, cool. What's terrifying? Yeah, this game is so scary, bro. Memorizing has always been a fear of mine. Actually, losing, for real though. Losing my memory is a fear of mine. I kinda want cheese. Random thoughts. And that's just go to behind. No, don't scare. Let's go. We're doing really well. I got 3 viewers. Welcome in on my 3 lurkers. I'll help you out. And I lost one. That's what we're supposed to do as a new streamer, right? We're supposed to call out our lurkers. Oh, I'm not doing good. We're trying, well. That's the important part. Oh my goodness, what? I lost one. Oh, we did it. Okay. I gotta do another one now. Okay, now we're on a roll. Alright, suddenly I'm doing really well. Oh, okay, we're done. Thank you for playing with me. Alright. Yeah, Sunny Leon was that. Definitely helped me there in the chat.
Good you not call my mommy on a favor? I feel like we all, well, I never called out lurkers because I don't even know how to find my lurkers. But I bet you if I did know how, I would also have done it as well. We all make mistakes in the heat of the moment. No, we all did stuff like that back when we first started. How many hours? Alright. Heck yeah. There's a monster behind me? Oh! It's me. It's my mirror. Oh! Alright, I'm gonna eat and then I'm gonna just go to work early. Make more money. What if I just keep going to work and that's it? Oh, it doesn't let me. My happiness is too low to stream. I gotta wander around. And now we're gonna stream at like 11 o'clock at night. I think my energy's too low now. It is. Crack it. Energy drink and let's go! Let's go stream. 11 o'clock at night? We can do it. Wait, did my stuff come in? No, one more day. Monster escaped the Susie turret. No! Quickly use Pokecats to catch it. To find it? Alright. I trust. Wah! Let me start getting... Let's start increasing... I don't know how much money I have. Let's just do... followers for now. I don't have the money. Alright. Why do I have health problems? I need better stuff. I'm gonna do just, if there's no popular game, I'm just gonna do just chatting. I'm gonna quote what our friend Sunny Leon said. And we're gonna just chat for a little bit. Oh no, I didn't want this. Ugh. I was like, I just wanted to just chat. Alright, let's watch some videos. Oh. No, I didn't want to go subscriber mode. I have no subscribers! Alright, I guess I'm just gonna talk to the viewers, because that's all they want. What do you mean? They were too boring! This is so sad. And it's 3 a.m. There was no point. I'm out. Yeah, remove all bans. Imagine. Visit a doctor. What? I get to sleep for 3 hours. Heck yeah. Your chat will be so active if I remove all the bans. I don't think I banned it. I banned like one person because they threatened to kill me. And I was like, no. Alright, now I go to work. Oh, my energy, no. Ouch. I saw that. Alright, I guess I'm just gonna sleep. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna sleep for 8 hours. And from 4 a.m. until I have to work at 8 a.m., I'm just going to... Nope. I'm gonna stream. I'm gonna become a morning streamer now. Oh wait, I should have my thing in the mail. Yippee! I don't know why I bought them separately. Maybe I should upgrade my PC now. I don't think I'm ready for it, but what the heck is that? Oh, it's my webcam. Alright, you guys ready to see me upgrade? Oh. Oh my goodness, all this upgrading. Oh, look at it all. Now our stream is gonna be incredible, and people cannot ignore me. Wait, no, the better webcam. Yippee! Oh, I need better internet. Oh god, what is this? I didn't even know my internet was that bad, bro. I don't need to be a streamer to be happy about getting 3 hours of sleep. Fair. Fair. my goodness. Such an amazing PC! I know, except that internet, bro. Holy crap. Alright, let me, how much money do I have? Alright, let's see how good this PC is now. And I could sell all my old junk. What was I gonna do? I was gonna look to see if they have... Oh, crap, what was it? I already forgot. Oh, the internet thing. Well, they don't have it here, so... Ooh! Ooh! What are these? Enjoy music while browsing the internet? Oh, there we go. What can I afford? I think I could afford, like... this one. No. Is it better to have upload? You want upload to be higher? I want to do this. Oh, I have to wait 3 days to get it though. I just remembered. All right, let's stream. Isn't it such a good song? Look at me, I'm beautiful. Oh, wait, I can change where... Wait, I was always able to change where the camera was. I did not know. I didn't know. I thought I had to leave it like that. I could have put it here the whole time. Oh my goodness, I was never a real streamer. Now I'm a real streamer. Oh my... I know the quality. I'm no longer a pixel streamer. Oh, look at me. I'm beautiful. Oh my goodness. Oh, gorgeous. Yes. Yes. This is, oh. Alright. What do I have? Anything popular? Stories are popular today. Blind playthrough of whatever game this is, because I don't know what it is. Start stream. I also have a question about it, Prophecy. Alright. Oh, my quality is so good. It doesn't even matter if I'm good at the game or not. Look at this. Look. I am beautiful. Oh wait, I gotta put on my
Game release. I forgot. There we go. Streamer. Someone subscribed. Thank you so much, General Pain, for becoming a subscriber. Thank you. That means so much. Streamer. Oh, it means so much to me. I don't know if I could. No, I was wondering if I could pick up my actual voice. I gotta watch the time too at the top left. Because if I'm not careful, I'll be late for work. Oh, my score. There we go. What time do I work in? 8. Plenty of time. Ah. This should be what I stream. Wait for it. No, I'm not. I promise. Ah, crap. There we go. Oh, I know it's in the book young, great. Thank you. Wow. Well, relax. So welcome in. How is your stream?
Alex has entered
Hello. Hello. Hey, wait. Everything was supposed to go off. Oh. I'm sorry, my thing was supposed to work and it didn't. One sec. It's been a little broken. I think it's been broken because, one moment. Oh, I changed the scene name, and so it broke my stuff, so I'll just do it manually. Sorry about that. How did you, how was the stream? How did you, what were you playing? Oh, kick the words. Did you beat it? He said you took down a boss. The big boss? Well, hello, raiders. My name is Betty. I'm your admissive with on Twitch. And I do art and animation. Thank you so much for the raid room. Sorry again, it was broken. Oh, we're actually a real streamer today. We're actually streaming today, for real. And it's so amazing. But I feel so happy to be a streamer. Also, am I really loud? I just realized that I might be really loud. I just looked over at my audio. Oops. Sorry, guys. We're gonna do a blind playthrough of Just Chatting. We'll see, what time is it? I have to go to work at 8 a.m. It's 6. Okay, I have plenty of time. Let's watch some videos. Everyone likes to watch videos. Alright, I gotta go to work. Let's go to work.
That might be worthy of a clip. Wait, what might be worthy of a clip? We have finished our streaming. Let's get out of here. Aww. Don't ask why thank you, Oz. With the voice filter on, fair. Alright, see? This is why we stream in the early of the day. Oh crap, I have to eat something. Now I need energy. Let me go run around. No, let me just fill up my energy. My happiness is so low, though. How does sleeping not make you happy? Nani? And I'm going to fill up my happiness. I mean, shoot, I could just go to a party for an hour at 5 a.m. question mark and get all my happiness back. So let's do that. Costs a bunch of money, though. Alright, it's 6 a.m. I have enough time to do a Just Chatting stream. Let's go. Forget about my needs. That's a good question. If you have to do any post-stream self-care, I completely understand, Rim. Otherwise, if you're here with us, we are here. Here, I'll set my camera up. There you go. That's me. We're gonna do some Just Chatting. Thank you for the raid, Rim. That'll be the name of our title, stream title. And let's start the stream. All right. We have about 2 hours. Let's watch videos for 2 hours. Oh, crap. I'm going to be late for work. All right, let's go. Thank you for the stream. Go get some food. I actually really would like food soon. I have to go for my walk actually soon. I just looked at the time and I was like, huh. I didn't even know. Walking by foot, how long would it take, Prophecy? I'm out of energy, bro. Let me eat and then I'll sleep. I already streamed in the morning, so. Oh goodness, no wonder. Yee, that's a lot. Let's see, so it's 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 5 a.m. and we could start our streaming. Renaming the stream after the person who rated. Exactly. Now we can stream. It's already day 23. My dad's gonna kick me out soon. I still don't have the money, but we're working on it. So I'm thinking, wait, didn't I buy something? Oh, it's here. My new internet! So I don't have to have the old internet. Now I can actually stream, for real, for real. Oh my goodness, that upgrade though. I need to get more RAM actually. Let me do that real quick. 125 days? Are you going across the ocean? Sheesh. I got a mail from a moderator. Oh, how do I... Wait, how do I get a moderator? I don't know how to get a mod. I don't want any of that. How do I get mods? Do I buy them? No. You need to promote a user to moderator level? Like me. Lol. Let's see. First I wanted to buy RAM. Let's buy another RAM. That'll take 3 days to get here. How do I get mods? I actually don't know. Well. We're gonna do just chatting today, cause nothing else is popular. Buy another rim. Oh no. My viewers still I could only have 10 viewers at a time and 1 subscriber at a time. I don't know why. Let's do some raffles. No one cares about what you draw. I'm crying. Oh goodness. Oh crap, I lost track of time. Oh no, I'm fine. I still have 30 minutes. I just watch videos. Alright. Oh, I gained 1 follower that stream. Yay! Turn on the filter? Oh no, it's fine. During the just chatting streams go so fast. And I'm like, wait, I'm broke right now? Damn. From abilities. Oh, I have to get it from my... I need 1 moderator. Oh, here it is. There, I have a moderator now. Let me go to work. I enjoyed it. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, it was a voice changer. I need energy. My energy is so low right now. Have a good one, Oz. Thank you for being here. Thank you, thank you. New Mr. Beast. Where am I getting that money from? Here, let me go sleep. For 8 hours. Whee! Thank you for the Twinkie. I'll drink right now. Twinkie. Oh no! I think my hold on. My thing come in? My PC is built like a beast right now. Did I run out of time for this? Channel? Oh, right, I got a moderator. You added a moderator to your channel. Beautify? I had to play music. Plugin section of OBS. Alright, extensions. They want me to do what? Oh, you mean the notifications? I don't have any money for that. Why do I need money for freaking... What? Why do I need money for notifications? Piano. My head. It says just chatting's not that good if you don't have 1,000 followers. Maybe I should stop just chatting. But I don't want to play any other games. Here. Oh no, this one's the worst one. Oh no. Why did I click on that again? This is literally the worst one. I'm so bad at memorizing. Wait, what? Oh, wow. That was luck. Dang it. Oh, no. Don't look at me. Why are there people spamming in my chat, bro, huh? Oh. Are you a star now? For real? No. Ha! I don't even have 200 followers yet. No, don't judge. How do I remember this? Because you have good memory, and I do not. Welcome to my life. I don't know why I clicked on that one up there. Oh my goodness. Oh, dolphin. Oh crap. Wait, I have to go to work. Alright. I gained 40 followers from that stream. Hot dog. Thanks for following, guys. Alright, I gotta eat first, and then I gotta go to work. Oh, this is what sucks about... I don't know, if you guys had the option, would you prefer to stream in before you go to work or after you go to work? What's your preference there? I know, right? Freaking 40, huh? Alright, I gotta sleep now. Depends on when I work. Ah, that makes sense. If you work from, so in this one, we work from 8 a.m. until 8 p.m. So we work for 12 hours. Which is why I gotta go do something to bring up my happiness. After, I usually, back when I worked in one of the labs I used to work in, it was from 12, I think it was from 12 p.m. to 8 p.m. And then when I got home, I would work after stream, and it was like, oh man. I was so tired. And that was back when I used to do cam streams too, so I was so tired, bro. Who is doing that? I see you, Rekko. I would say screw happiness, but the game doesn't let you. The game literally does not let you stream if your happiness is below 20. Same with if you have not enough energy. Beans. Look, we're a real streamer. I stream in the middle of the night. Ah, yeah. You come from a lab, makes sense. I do. I worked in a lab. I did. Yeah. What does this even mean? Oh. Maybe I spelled my name wrong. Oh wait, was I supposed to put my actual name there? No. Because it says Twitch, it doesn't say... Hold on. No. That's not how that works. Nah. Unrealistic. Oh, this game has been unrealistic since day one, let me tell you. I'm on, like, I haven't even been streaming for a month, and I already made, like, thousands of dollars from my job. And upgraded a bunch. Let's do a story. Oh. Beans. Alright, we gotta stream for... We have 2 hours to stream. Oi. Were you like in forensics? I was going into forensics. I did environmental lab stuff though, because I was trying to get experience working in a lab. Get extra close up to your nose. Honestly, maybe that's what I gotta do. Oh, I was watching this scary game earlier today. I forget what it was called though. It's just a prank. I was like, what? Wait, look, you guys are on my screen! What the heck? How did you guys get there? Huh? What the heck? That's crazy! Wait, what? You guys are on my screen! For the game! What the heck? Wait, oh, right.
Hey, sorry about that, guys. I didn't mean to scare you guys with that strange voice. I got sorry guys. Sorry. I really. I kind of want to leave. You know what? The fact that I keep forgetting to turn on the voice changer, I'm gonna leave it on for the next couple days. Cause otherwise I'm gonna keep forgetting to turn it on. I'm gonna work. I don't want to be late. I gotta be a good worker. That's so cool. I was being, yeah. I want to see those like streaming. No, hold on. Let me sleep. Alright, should be fine. Let's go stream. Seems are becoming one. Oh, I did the money for like 1 subscriber. Let's go. Oh my goodness, you guys, that means so much to me. What the heck? That is amazing. I can't believe I have I have health problems. What happened? What happened? Alright, we'll do puzzle games then. Stop. Way to go. Look, my cat is in my chat. Alright, let's start. That's so cool. Alright, go say something. Say hello. While I try to figure out these puzzles, that's actually really cool because now I can see you guys and not have to look away from the game. Maybe that's why they did it. So we don't have to look away from the game. Yeah, right? What? I was wondering here. We drink. Still rats. Oh, it's so bad at this game. Oh my goodness. Hi, Sandy. Say like to the other viewers. We have 4 viewers right now. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Wait, I already stopped memorizing anything. I just threw out my right out the window. No, not a wheezing. I'm not gonna show you like what it is. It's not what's gonna show you feed. I'm sorry, what? This channel new? No, it's bad. I've been staying for a whole month. That makes me a professional streamer. This is not a new channel. How dare you? Oh. How dare. Oh. Someone's gonna wind up coming in here and saying something like, hey, is this channel new? And I'm gonna think it's part of the game. And I'm gonna be like, those people no. After 10 followers, I have we got 232 followers now. Hell yeah. Wait, was that? Oh. Okay, Scully, find the dolphin. You know, I clicked the dolphin before. Just find the dolphin, don't worry about anything else, because clearly I'm not able to memorize anything else. Wait. Ah. Yeah, okay, tell you what, if we get to 250 followers, I'll do a new stream. Alright. Deal? We're 2 followers away from 250. I will do a new stream. We need 250. Follower 1 follower away from 250. Let's go. Well, so thank you so much for subscribing. Thank you. What? Wait until we need 250. Okay. No stream. Will be the next stream. We'll have a no stream. Let's go. Thank you guys so much for being here. Deal. Thank you so much. Yeah, I do have to go for now, gang. I do have to go. But next stream tomorrow, there's a drop in the stream. I'll just check. It didn't really matter. Everyone else can play better than you. Yeah, can someone tell this silly person what's up right now? Because I don't really want to, I think that was really rude. Oh crap, I gotta go though. I gotta go, yo, tell this person what's up. Let's go. Okay, we'll do a nose stream. In fact, you know what? I'm gonna set up OBS for the nose now. That way I don't forget later. Oh god. Have a nose stream. Wait. Oh, I gotta back up a little bit. There we go. That's as good as the nose stream. Oh, it's going in my face. Huh. I really don't work. Yeah, are you kidding? Oh wait, let me
Off. There we go. Let's go to work. Yeah, banned? Honestly, recently? Banned? Absolutely banned? The heck? Let's eat. We're gonna eat and sleep, and then we're gonna stream. Turn off the lights. I mean, it turns off the lights, but I don't know why. It doesn't really, I have bills, but it doesn't save me on bills, so I don't know why, what the point is. My energy is low, so I'm gonna sleep for the night. And then we're gonna stream. 3 a.m. Come on, wake up, everyone. We're gonna do a 3 a.m. stream. Hell yeah. Hold on. Did I buy anything? No, I did not. Oh, I have a skill point, though. How about... Oh, let's increase my metabolism. Honestly? Either that or the money. But I think I'm gonna do my metabolism so that I don't need to do that stuff as much. And then I can stream more. Let's increase that. Alright, let's stream. How much money do I have? 600 bucks? Let's increase our no stream. Not this one. Let's increase our green screen. All right, I have no more money. All right, we're gonna no stream. No stream. 250 follower celebration. Maybe. Wait, is that actually what happens, Prophecy? Sorry, I made it. Okay, never mind. Then I read the next message. Oh my gosh. You see, wait, do you see how, like, my voice goes up and down constantly? I do that normally with my voice, and then as soon as I turn on the voice changer, it just doesn't. Is that, like, do people actually, like, talk like that? We're gonna do horror games today. Alright. No stream.
Heck yeah. I think it's a feature of a voice changer. Yeah, most likely. Which sounds a lot of bit because, I don't know, unless you guys like the monotone. And do you guys like the monotone? Oh crap, I didn't see what the door was. I guess I'm just guessing. Yeah. Oh, Star Vikings, thank you so much for subscribing. Glad to see you. Thank you so much for the donation. Oh my goodness. Yo, we are actually streaming out here. Oh my goodness. Wow, Sunny. Can I get a bit on Sunny Leon? Didn't Sunny like comment and say something weird before? What the heck do you mean I'm doing a no stream and someone comes in and asks if I could marry them? Nani? Purposely doesn't live on that. No. Yeah, they're not welcome here, bro. Where's my mods? Can you ban Sunny Leon? No, don't actually. I don't know if that's a real person's name. Oh man. No, not a fan privacy. But I still have to read through the One Piece. I'm excited for it. I was gonna find, oh my gosh, I was doing so much scheduling between Sunday and yesterday. I have like no time for like anything. Casey's birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear. Within. Happy birthday to you. Wow. Oh man. Heck yeah. Fix the boilers. Hey. I honestly looking at the chat in game makes me like, wait, is there actually like a troll in my chat? I don't be honest. I'm like, what the hell? I'm not in, just wait. One of these days there's gonna be like a legit, oh crap, a legit troll and I'm gonna be like, oh, spoilers about the game I'm playing. Prophecy. Ban the viewer, make fun of the viewer games. Prophecy. What the F are you doing, bro? Giving spoilers about this. Well, what you think? You think just because you played the game that other people can't enjoy the game? Like, bro, come on. It's playing the Yo, it sucks. I could only have a max of 10 viewers. Alright, I'm getting off the game before I lose a lot. I said there were fake spoilers. Alright, thanks for hanging out, gang. I gotta go. End of the no stream. Look at this. We got it on ace and we don't look at my eyes. Let's go. Okay, no more no stream. Not next time. We're gonna do Yeah. What time is it? It's only 5 a.m. I still have time. Maybe I have a lot of time. It says raise all OBS plugins to level 1. It's my current mission, but if I do that, or one of the OBS plugins just to have literal viewer bumps, I don't want that. Oh, right. Sorry.
I forgot about it already. What's up? What's up, Duraki? Hello! Look, we're playing a game about being a streamer. I always wanted to know what it's like to be a streamer. So I don't want chatbots. Oh, they don't mean those. They mean like Stream Elements, Streamlabs. Wait, I have to pay for those? I literally thought they meant like viewer bots. No, they mean chatbots, like Nightbot and stuff. Ow, I didn't know. I'm sorry. All right, let me go, let me go wander around for the next 3 hours. And then I gotta go to work. How are you guys doing today? Hello, hello. No, wait, I gotta go to work. JK. I don't have time to eat. I gotta go to work. Piano of Justice. Ugh. I'm glad to hear. I'm glad to hear. Yeah, I'm learning what it's like to be like a legit streamer. Although, actually, what time is it? Oh, it's 12 minutes after 4. At the top left, you guys can actually see what time it is, or exclamation point time in the chat. But that means I need to go for a walk, because I walk at 4 o'clock every day. Every single day. That's a lie. I don't do it on weekends. I should, though. Oh, how'd you find me then? You wander around Twitch? Let's go. You know what? I updated my Twitch mobile app recently, and now all of the streams are like in story mode or something. I don't know. And I'm like, what the heck? Twitch, why? Yeah, you guys can see what time it is for me in my time zone. Oh wait, I got an email? May the force be with you. Oh, I can become a streamer now! Yay! Oh. I gotta make more money. I don't want that. Oh man, everything's not popular today. Maybe I'll do... Well, I don't have a lot of followers though. I gotta do story mode. Don't spoil lerp or else ban. Oh wait, that was supposed to be all in cap. Oh well. Alright, let's start the stream. I've rated or found you via another Discord. Oh, very fair. Aw. Oh, that's also fair, yeah. Sometimes I'll definitely hit follow when someone raids every now and then. And, yeah, I might also forget. I completely understand. It really depends. Also, if they're, like, doing something, like, Really, Prophecy? I just read your message in the game. Bro. I hope we do not see Sunny Leon coming. Wait, what? I'm already getting confused as to all of these. There we go. Kappa, no! I gotta watch the time though, because at 8 o'clock I have to go to work. Oh, you guys can't see the timer because of my actual clock. That's funny. Oh, the irony. Oh, there's a Pokemon. Prophecy, you scared me for a second there. I thought it was legit. I thought it was legit, Sunny. Oh, it's true. I do art normally. So today we are currently doing a special because we had a charity stream last week. And one of the milestones that we had was to play this game on stream. And so since we hit the milestone, thank you again everyone for the support for the kids. We're doing a charity stream for kids in hospitals. So I was like, heck yeah, I'll play. I don't mind. I'll play a game. Even though I normally do art, I'll play a game on stream if it's for the kids. So that's why we do what we do today. We have another gaming stream, kind of gaming. Next week on Monday. So the rest of this week is art, and then next week on Monday, we're gonna be doing our Bean Boy stream where we're gonna have a Bean Boy model. And we're gonna be playing Jigsaw Puzzle. Oh wait, I don't have my streamer.
I still know. There we go. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to not have my voice turned on. Oops. Well, now I got it through.
Off because now I gotta go to work. Whack. This is why I don't like. Maybe I should just quit my job. Oh crap! I can't even go up the stairs, bro. I could get a job that doesn't work as much, but then I don't make as much money. Let me eat and then I'll go work. Ah. Wait, was Sunny Leon actually in there? I did not see him. I did not look. Fornicus, that's right. Yeah, so then, yeah, next week we're going to be doing jigsaw puzzles. It's community jigsaw puzzles, so there's a browser game, so you don't have to download anything, because F that. And, we could all play jigsaw puzzles at the same time and try to figure out the puzzle at the same time. I think that's really cool. Oh wait, I didn't even look at my stats. My energy is down to 3%, bro. I gotta sleep. Sleep 2 hours, rinse and repeat, for real. Work 16 hours, the grind set, bro. Wait, where do you fit streaming into that? No. Hi, Jeannie. Welcome in. All right, but you guys want a game? Here, I got you. I'm gonna go for a walk now. The only time of the day that I have to go for a walk is around now. Cause otherwise, that's a lie. I could go for a walk after stream. But you guys know how we do. So, if you guys actually want to play a legit, for real game, I got you, boo-boo. I got you right here. Oh no, I messed up. Boo-boo, no! Hold on. Alright. That's right, we got words on stream. Let me move out of the way. I'll be back in like 10-ish, 15 minutes. I might even grab a snack as well. So feel free to play if you would like to. Let me see if I can get the first word. Oh, I was gonna do this word? Wait, that's not a, oh, there's no M. I'm dumb. Is this a word? No. Yeah, okay, you guys got it. I was trying so hard to get the first word. I was like, I don't know. Wait, I got a word. Yes, okay, I got one word, at least. All right, yeah, I'll go wander around. Yeah, for real, Poe. Wander for three hours? No. Wait, I think I know what the word is. Is it this word? Oh my goodness. No, it's me, Jack. Okay, I'm done stealing. I'm done stealing. All right, I'll see you guys in a little bit. Yeah. I got some yogurt. Is this a word? Oh, there's only 4-letter words left. Some of them gotta start with a C. 2. Oh, one more word has to start with a C. Is this a word? What? I don't even know what that means. That last word starts with an L. Oh wait, you already did. Wow. I was like sitting there trying to type lope, and I was like, you already did lope. Alright. Let's keep it going, and then we'll go back to trying to learn how to stream properly. What is this position that I'm in right now? Hold on. Oh, wait, I know a word, because it's right there. Know me first. Yeah. Hold on, let me redeem. Oh wait, I gotta change the redeem. I did not change the redeem. There it is. Alright. So if I redeem my OG outfit. Heck yeah. There we go. Now why was my position was like that the whole time and no one told me? It's me, bro. You know what? Fine. We don't need positions. I do what I want. Hold on. Check this out. Check this out. I think I downloaded something earlier today. I think. Don't quote me. That's right. How does this make you feel? Sorry. That was my bad. Oh, there's a fake letter? What? Ah, so good. What's the fake letter? Is it you? Ah, you is fake. Yeesh. It's you. Oh, I'm crying. How dare you say that to me, Jack? Alright, I'm done with that. Why is this so hard? Oh. Tall. Is this a word? How about Loca? No? Pretty sure that's a word. Bro, this game lies. No wonder we lost. It's because this game's cheating. Understandable. That's absolutely whack. Alright, thank you so much for playing. Congratulations to Jack on getting first place, followed by Aya, me, Spelly, Anamon, and Manbear. Thank you guys again for playing. Now we're gonna go back to being a streamer. Let's see how well we can do. Let's do some streamer shenanigans. What was I doing? It's 2 a.m. Everything's good. I'm gonna stream. You guys want to see something cool? If you weren't here earlier, did you know that when I stream in the game, you guys are in my chat on the right-hand side? Check this out. There's me. We're gonna do a puzzle game. I hate puzzles. Start stream. All right, over here, you guys will see you. Hold on, I'm eating some yogurt at the same time. Wrong butt. I just got here. Why are you playing as me? What do you mean? This is me. What are you talking about? Hi. I gotta discern who's real and who's in the game. Hi. Hi. And then watch one of the bots that could come in and be like, hi, I'm not real. Yeah, you are. What are you talking about? What? I'm so bad at these games. Okay. Let's think this through. Oh, wait. I saw that guy earlier. Nope. Octopus is in the top left corner. Oh, wait. I just saw that one. Dolphin. Virtual. I did not say that right. Oh, my gosh. You guys are donating dollars to me. Thank you. Thank you so much for the dollar donations. You guys are so kind. Thank you. Thank you. Aww. Alright, so we have dude that is drinking. In the bottom left, and the bottom right, or the top right is a dolphin, and the top left is a octopus. So let's see if we can find. Oh, found one of them. And the other ones I don't care about as much. Found another one. I don't know why I clicked on that. My brain was like, ugh. Oh gosh, someone's making a DDoS attack. Reducing the quality of my stream. How does that work? Why and why? Why would it? Why? I'm just eating yogurt, bro. Why are you hating? Oh, dolphin. There it is. Oh. Yeah, we did it. I have to go to work in like 3 hours. I can see it for... No, yeah, because it's 5 o'clock right now, so in 3 hours I go to work. Yo! I'm not gonna lie, Fotis, you came in! You came in and I thought you were a bot. Do you see on the right-hand side how it's like a mix of actual people in chat and like bots? I legit thought you were one of the bots. Oh, man. Fotis, how you doing today? You see? Good morning! Welcome back home! Photos of the bot. No! TwitchCon was great! I am so happy to hear. Oh wait, I just saw that one. Heck yeah. Did you take any memorable pictures? Are you gonna show us some pictures? Where's my pictures? Photos, where's my pictures? Alright, clearly I'm having a hard time. Okay, what was this again? This is the little kid Cupid thing. Let me find the little kid Cupid. There's the big thing. Didn't I just see a dolphin? No, I guess not. So yeah. Oh gosh! Yo, you took me to my... Ah, that's so... Oh, you're so lucky! You got the whole gang! Gimme! Gimme, gimme! Oh, wait, I didn't realize that was a character sketch. Wait, let me read it. You want to redeem this for a rainy day? The people demand it, and by people I mean me. Office Lady Spelly? Whatever you fancy. Wait, what do you mean for a rainy day? Banjo, welcome back, cutie. How would you sell your mouse? Why does someone want to buy my mouse, bro? Okay, where's the dolphin? Oh! Someone in the game is giving you spoilers about the game. I don't know how you could spoil the game. This game is not a... I don't think you could spoil this game. Let me see if I can finish this before work. Because I have work really soon. Oh my gosh, I have work in like 30 minutes. No. No. I'm not going to be able to eat. That's fine. I don't need to eat. Ah, I keep clicking on the wrong ones. Thank you for subscribing, Wasabil! I appreciate you. Okay, we finished it. Boom. Alright, gang, I gotta turn off the stream. Thank you for being here. Bye. Okay. Look, I gained 112 followers and got $2. And 2 subs. Oh my gosh, I'm the best streamer. Yes. Ow, ran into a wall. Let's go to work. Whatever you... Aw, thank you. Thank you. I will absolutely... That's so... Banjo! That's so nice! I hardly ever get to draw Spelly. You already know that, but... Thank you! What the heck? You are the bee's knees. Oh, hey! Never knock a $2, bro. $2 is the difference. Oh, wait! Oh, I completely forgot to tell you guys! Oh my gosh. I opened my commissions. Hold on. I completely forgot to tell you guys. Over on... VGen, I opened my commissions. I was supposed to say it at the beginning of the stream. Oh, we have one, so I only have 1 slot. There's only 2 slots, but 1 has just been taken. There's 1 slot left if you guys are interested in getting a commission. There is the slot. I need it for so I can So there's this thing that happens once a year, right? It happens right around summertime. And, you know, it's on a website, or the website, it's on an app that hosts a bunch of, these, things called video games. And, I need money for the Steam summer sale. I need money for the Steam summer sale, guys. I can't even. I'm sorry. Oh, Fotis, you got to meet Riku? No? Anybody? She had mentioned that she wants to be called Riku, and I was like, oh, that's a lot easier for me to pronounce. Yeah, you did. That's really cool, though. That is really cool. But yeah, if anyone's interested in the Skeb commissions, please, right there is the dealio. The wakabadabada. And there you go. Okay, I'm gonna go back to the game. But thank you. Sorry, I completely forgot. Oh, I forgot to turn on my freaking... Okay, that's it. I'm turning it on because I forgot to turn it on earlier.
Alright, gang. Let's get this bread. I time to call her Riku. I can call her Riku because it was so hard for me to remember how to say, Dia. And then it sounds stupid, it does. But I kept calling her Dia. And I was like, I am an idiot. I am an absolute idiot. Oh, my idiot sandwich. So Riku is easier for me to know how to pronounce. Unless it's not pronounced that way, then I'm gonna cry. Cry a lot. Does the AI voice I don't even know. No, it's the. I'm supposed to put in this voice whenever I go to stream, and I keep forgetting because my streams just start thinking short. Well, my dad is trying to get me to move out. In the game. I gotta say, just saying guys. Oh, the timer's gone off. What day is it? It's day 30. I don't have the money to move out. Oh. Crap. This dude's gonna kick me out of the house. Oh, this dude's gonna. Oh, he's gonna confiscate my PC. This sucks. I'm gonna lose the game. Yeah, this is my real voice, actually. I don't know what to do, but I don't have the money. I guess I just stream. Last stream before I get kicked out of the house. We're gonna play horror. Alright, that's it. That's all we could do. Alright guys, mystery. Thank you for donating. I need that so I wouldn't get kicked out of the house. I'll have some money. Thank you, mystery, for the dollar. Honestly, sell me your mouse. Honestly, I should probably start thinking about selling my old equipment. Because I bought some new equipment and now it's just sitting there. Bring it back and take you back. Wait, what? Huh? Did I read that right? Go, hi Lisa. The deep forest scared you? No. Oh, I was not thinking that's the word that one was. Oops. Alright, let's go. Let's get this bread. Oh. I'm really glad to hear that TwitchCon was fun though. I can't wait to go back to TwitchCon one day. I don't think I would go to the EU one though, just because that's expensive for me. But it would be amazing. But even though the one in America is a bit out of reach for me. Oh crap. That was just welcome, hi, Queen Wolfie. Hey. Oh man. Oh. Ah, they got me. I had to. Oh, I don't know which one was the. I don't know which one was the end nor from the start. Dang, they're really getting me. I really suck now. Oh. Yeah, it's been a good stream. It's been a good stream so far. We're learning how to be a streamer, and I'm going to get kicked out of the house. Who commented something like that? It's like that. There's a holy what? I feel like I need to get. I feel like I need to ban some people here. In the game, for the record. Oh, that went too fast. I don't know which source they're in. Oh, we're almost down at 1,000 score. God, I really like this. This is the only game that I'm good at. Let me have it. No. What? Oh, come on. I was a little. A friend who owes you is calling. No. I definitely do not know what. Oh, I had to guess. Okay. Oh gosh. The fuck? Oh, we're so close. Yo, that person who just typed in the chat. Not cool. a person that said check out my channel, I am new. That's not what you do. When you're new to streaming, you don't tell people that you stream. Ever. We're almost at 1,000. This one. Halfway to 1,000. Maybe the game. This one. We can't get any higher. Okay. Can we get much higher? I'm gonna close the game now. Look at us go. We gained 171 followers of that stream. What the hell? Let me see. How much per we? No, I can't spend any money. No, because I am gonna get kicked out. It's 5 a.m. Let me fill up my happiness. Now let me go to work. Voice change is almost convincing. Not if I scream. Do you guys know what the voice changer sounds like if I scream? Oh my gosh, okay, are you guys ready? I saw it, that was me screaming. That was me screaming, bro. Insanity. I'll sleep, but I think I'm about to get kicked out. Wait, let me see. Is it over? The game? No, I still have time. Okay, I need to not stream. I need to work. That's what I gotta do. I gotta work, make money, and get my own place. Otherwise, I'm gonna lose my PC. Which sucks, but that's what I gotta do. Oh man. I lost 31 followers? Holy crap. Because I didn't stream for a day? Alright, well. I still have time. And I have nothing else to do, so I guess I'm gonna stream. But I don't have enough money I think I need 1,000 just to buy the first basic house. What was it again? Oh, it's 2,000? Oh, I'm screwed. Let me see what I can sell. Maybe I can sell some stuff. Hold on. What can I sell? I think I can sell all of those. Oh, if I'm using it, I can't, but I'm not using this. With my old webcam. Oh. Oh, I could sell the couch. I don't need this chair. I don't need this carpet. Oh, I guess I do. Okay, let me see what I can sell. I don't know how much I'm getting for this. Oh, heck yeah. We need to get more money. Yeah. But 900, we're almost there. Let me stream for a little bit. Cause I don't know what else to do. Oh no. I don't have a chair, so I don't have a sit down. Well, that is nothing about that. Here, you guys can look at my door. Let's see what we're gonna do a puzzle. Oh. Help, I'm getting kicked out soon. Alright. I should have just done the horror. That was a good one. Oh, at least do that. I'm looking for a blue dude. And what was the other one? The chicken. Let me start with those. Because again, memory is not my thing. Oh, blue dude. And chicken. Okay, next. Cupid. Something. And some snake guy. Cupid. What's this the name of this one? Oh, wow. Hey, guy. Cupid. This dude. There we go. Heck yeah. We're on our way to the first 1K followers. Wow. We're really good at this. Oh, these were the ones that matched. Oh. Oh, gosh. Oh. Let us go. What time is it? Oh, we have to go in like 30 minutes. I don't think I can finish this game. Yeah, alright, I'm gonna go, guys. Okay, bye. I'll be taking 105 fireworks. Let's go. Fuck yeah. I said heck. That did not sound like heck. What a fighting I'll do. Oh, I didn't know. Open. Now I know. Now I'm noting. Okay, I gotta. Oh, wrong button. I gotta go to work. I should probably buy another cherry gun. Now I feel bad, but I need the money. I'll just go to work now. Make some extra cash. Guess I'll sleep though. And eat. And go to work because I'm getting really close to having enough money. Maybe I should take out a loan. No, it was literally just about to I was just on the moon. No, it just was the game. Oh no, I don't. Was the last time I saved? No. I would be saying that. No. Oh. It wasn't worth it. What the heck? I'm so sad. I know when that took away my PC, but that's all I had. That's all I had. My whole life taken. But alas,
Turn this off. But alas, that was about all we have for today. For real, for real. Thank you guys so much for joining. Tomorrow we'll be back to our regularly scheduled art. Don't worry, don't worry. But before we go, let's go say hi to someone. We're gonna go say hi to a Hanami. We're gonna go say hi to a fellow Hanami. They are doing some extremely... They actually just started, but their artwork is so cute, and I want to go say hi. So we're gonna go say hi to them. I think they're working on their schedule right now. Either that, or they're just talking about their schedule right now. Yeah, let's go hit them hard and proud. But alas, if you guys aren't already, please feel free to follow me over on Twitter. I really gotta... You know, I'm gonna change it right now. I'm gonna change that command. What is it? Socials? I'm gonna change that to Kara for now instead of Instagram, because I don't know what's up with Instagram, but until I know what's up with Instagram, I'd rather not. I'd rather not. Let's see. Commands, edit. Let's grab my Kara real quick. But thank you guys for joining me. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. Again, we'll be back tomorrow. We're gonna be working on animation. I really want to finish that animation that we were working on, like, for a big chunk of last week. But in order to do that, I have to find time, because I really do have to work on my commissions. So we're gonna be working on a different animation tomorrow. One that I kind of worked on a little bit on stream, but this will be a little bit different. But alas, thank you again for joining. I'm really excited here. Wait, can I really quickly find so you guys can see how far we are so far with that last animation? We're almost there. I just need to find time to do it. No, I was gonna show you guys. Wait, here it is. Wait, no, there it is. Okay.